ultra petty tona tona.
Comrades, could we ask the steering committee members to please come to the stage? There are two of us and there are meant to be a lot more. and we will be starting in 3 minutes' time. Amandla. I got given a mandate yesterday to make sure that we have finished this session by lunchtime. So I'm repeating, could we please have members of the steering committee on the stage? At the moment, we can see that there are 2 members of the steering committee, and we would appreciate getting the rest on board. Comrades, good morning. I'm Jenny Schreiner, a member of the steering committee of the Conference of the Left, inspired by yesterday's discussions, daunted by the challenges and the commitments that we have made even yesterday, and looking forward to the additional commitments that are taking place during the course of today into our commissions and finally into tomorrow. Comments. As you would be aware, we had ended yesterday's discussion with not all of the organizations having presented their inputs. So we are, as somebody said this morning, we're actually at 2 o'clock yesterday in terms of our program. So we are wanting to be able to move through smoothly. Our intention in the revised program is to be able to ensure that by lunchtime we have finished with plenary. This afternoon is commissions. The commission discussions is when we are able to get the full contingent of the delegates to be able to share their experiences, their contributions, and help to shape the program of action, the resolution on the Council of the Left, and the declaration of the conference. Yesterday's discussion also in our closing session reflected on the issues of the leadership of our organizations, across the board, the issue of who we are electing in our leaders, secondly, who we are deploying to represent our organizations. But I think most importantly, and I don't want this to be lost as we go into today's session and into the commissions in particular, we should be putting far more attention on the space for the voices of black working class women to be heard in each of our organizations, each of our campaigns, and each of our struggles, and ensure that the gender transformation agenda is an integral part of the Conference of the Left. So I thought that that may be a useful reflection from yesterday's closing session to say, yes, there are issues of leadership. Yes, there are issues of the space that we are creating inside each of our organizations in relation to women's participation. But the Conference of the Left also has an opportunity to ensure, in the way in which we take forward a joint program of action, that minimum program that we are going to be defining, we're able to ensure that gender struggles, women's struggles, LGBTQI struggles are properly integrated into that program. Comrades, if I can just speak through then the revised program for today. Our first session this morning, which is aimed to finish at 10:30, although if one looks at the number of organizations who are still to speak, we won't make the 10:30, particularly as we're starting half an hour later than we had. So that is to receive the voices, the outstanding messages from political parties, from social movements and organizations. We then will receive an input on the present conjuncture, which is focusing not on the present conjuncture only in South Africa, but also on international. So that is the session led by Comrade Rob Davies, and with international voices from Comrade Vijay Prashad and Comrade Fred Membe from the People's Pact of Zambia. So that is the second plenary session today. And the third plenary session is why we should be rebuilding the left and how. So that is focusing on two inputs, one from our People's Statistician General, the crisis of South African capitalism and the tasks of the left, and the second is from Comrade Janet Cherry, Left History, Mass Organization, and Mass Rooted Left Renewal. That session will then be wrapped up by the two members of the steering committee who will speak on the convener's response to the solidarity statements, and that will be done by Comrade Tebogo and Comrade Sam on behalf of the steering committee. And Comrade Mazibuko Jacha will then brief us on the commission preparations, the venues, facilitation, and we will then be able to have lunch and move into the commissions. We would be hoping that we would be able to condense lunch so that we're able to move ahead quite smoothly in that regard. So, comrades, you are welcome back on day 2 of the Conference of the Left. I hope you share with me the excitement of yesterday's proceedings. The discussions of people over supper were quite interesting, sharing experiences. The discussions over breakfast were equally looking at the issues of how we move forward. Clearly, given that we're starting half an hour late, and clearly that we didn't manage the time management yesterday effectively, one of the aspects that we need to be looking at very seriously as the left is our organizational discipline, which hopefully goes along with other forms of discipline and revolutionary ethics that will inform the way in which we operate. So, comrades, on that note, I would like to request any other remaining members of the steering committee who've chosen to seat themselves in the desks on the floor to come and join us. And to ensure that we are able to start, and we are going to be taking the outstanding messages in the following order, just so that the comrades can prepare themselves and be able to move fairly rapidly from the floor. We will start with Shosholoza Party. We will then move to the Bolshevik Party, then Keep Left Socialism, Mangoing People's Movement, Political Parties Assembly, Partisans SA, Basuto Action Party, COSAS, Equal Education, and the United Community Secondary Consumer Cooperative, or UC2. Those are the speakers that we're expecting in this session. Comrades, in the program that had been printed for you, we had a typo error, and the input that is being given by our People's Statistician General, and having served with him in government, I will always continue to refer to him as the People's Statistician General, who's been warning us for a very long time that if we look at the statistics and we think through and we analyze it, we'll reach different plans. So that input is, as I indicated in the summary, back on the program. Comrade Padi Lehotla will be presenting to us in the third plenary session of today. Can we then ask Dr. Ray Russon from the Shosholoza Party to come and take the mic?
Shosholoza. Oh yeah. Thank you, comrades. Good morning. Shosholoza is in our DNA. We are Shosholoza, and you are Shosholoza. Shosholoza is in us. Shosholoza is in you. This song has carried our people through the most difficult times when we were building this economy. The working class people sang this song to give them hope. And this song is written in the blood and sweat of the working people of this country. We chose this name deliberately because it represents the aspirations, the hopes of our people. Shosholoza is us, Shosholoza is you. We are leading the Social Democratic Revolution, the SDR, which is superior to the NDR. National democracy is about two things: the nation state and territoriality. We have resolved the two. And now there's been a dialogue. That's why there is a crisis in the left in the country today. We've been saying, let us move to the next stage of the NDR. But nobody has given the next stage of the NDR a structure and content. We are giving it a structure. We're saying it is the social democratic revolution. Why? Because the social democratic revolution begins to ask questions about social inequality, wealth distribution, the question of class becomes prominent. And that is the logical step after the NDR. Karl Marx, in writing the Critique to the Quota Program, said very clearly, the transition from capitalism to communism is not stop one, start the other. It is a process. It goes through stages. He identified socialism as the middle stage. But we are saying from capitalism to socialism, there are stages also that we must embrace. I know that our comrades in the SACP, I'm a member of the SACP, I have my card, dual membership. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a communist. But to go to our people and say, communism in our lifetime is a lie. We've been lying to our people for too long. We tell our people that there's life after death. And they believe it. Death is a sign to the end of life. We tell our people, live here, suffer here, you will enjoy a better life after you die. It's an oxymoron. Enjoy life after you die. It's an oxymoron. We cannot continue to lie to our people. The revolutionary, the communist, is the bastion of hope, of trust and honesty. Comrade Mabaila, I am asking you, as we've known each other for over 25 years, you must lead our own perestroika in the party. Perestroika is restructuring of the party. In 1985, I sat in Moscow Stadium and listened to Gorbachev spitting out perestroika and glasnost, reforming socialism and openness. I had just finished presenting a paper to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. In that paper, I had argued that Southern Africa is ready for socialist transformation. There's been revolutions in Mozambique, in Angola, changes in Zimbabwe. The working class is ready. I was talking orthodox Marxism. Then there is Gorbachev in front of me, turning the whole table around and saying socialism has not achieved what we had hoped it to be. Eh? Lenin, in 1922, before he died, he wrote a paper called Better Few, but Better, where he criticized the structure and nature of socialism in the USSR. George Lovo did the same thing in 1992. Has socialism failed? Was it 92 or 89? I think 89. 89, sorry. Yeah. And that question still confronts us today. We've got to be real. When you go out to the masses out there, create a vision they can see. Communism, comrades, I will tell you from the bottom of my heart, I love communism, I support communism, but it's not going to happen today, not tomorrow. Why? Because if you apply the correct theoretical tools to interpret the transformation of society using the dialectical method, you will understand the very important thing that the dialectical method affects all existence. The sun itself is created through a unity of opposites. Your life, yourself, your DNA has got a plus and a minus. Your mitochondria has got a plus and a minus. You use oxygen and glucose to create energy. It's a unity of opposites. That's why you are alive. It instructs every phenomenon of existence. Now, when he wrote a critique of the German ideology, Karl Marx introduced the question of historical materialism, trying to explain the laws of how societies changed. In the Communist Manifesto, he says, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. Right? We had long debates at the party school about this when I was in Moscow, whether he meant that classless society was not part of history. But when human beings enter into the production process, they create their own history. That's when they produce history. His story, you produce it yourself. That period is prehistory. There was classless society in the past, comrades. There will be classless society in the future. But understand one thing. The dialectical method operates in 3 steps. There's a foundational dialectic, which is the unity of opposites. I call it foundational dialectic. It informs everything. Then there is historical materialism, which is the secondary dialectic, which abstracts from the foundational dialectic. You cannot understand historical materialism if you do not understand dialectical materialism. Then there is class struggle, which is the 3rd level. For this to happen, you need to have what you call in physics a dynamic equilibrium. Dynamic equilibrium. And the dynamic equilibrium can only happen when the foundational dialectic is in synchrony with the material, the human dialectic, the human history. There has to be a synchrony between the two. And let me just simplify it for you. Communism will only happen when the dialectic at the foundation level between life or life and existence, between population and resources comes to a crisis. When there is so much population that the resources on earth cannot carry us anymore, we cannot live unless we share those resources. Otherwise, we'll eat each other up. That's the crisis that will happen, that will force us to become communists. Not tomorrow, not the other day. It's going to take another 200, 300, 500 years to happen. So when you go out to the communities, the comrades, I am begging you today, let us adopt the SDR as the ideology of the new left in South Africa. The social democratic revolution must be what we tell our people. Go out to the masses and say, we are going to create a democratic revolution. I was talking to a pastor friend of mine. She says, what is social democracy? I said, it is capitalism with a human face. And she clapped hands and said, yeah, now I understand what you guys are fighting for. Stage by stage. Nyerere says, step-by-step socialism. We criticized him at the time because we were extra radical. So, comrades, I have a few proposals to make. Maybe before I do that, let me ask a key question. Has socialism failed? Where are the commies? Who in the left is left? Comrade Mapaila. Where is the chairperson of the Communist Party? Comrade Blade. Upi. Eh? Where is the deputy chairperson of the Communist Party today? Upi. Eh? Gwede Mantashe. Buti Manamela. Julas Nge. Where are these comrades? Where did the comrades go? Eh? Is it a crisis of the left? I'm told that the ANC, this is based on rumor, comrades, is boycotting the comrades because they are objecting to the presence of certain political parties here. This is a rumor. I hear that they are not happy with the MK presence in this conference. And I'm trying to understand why. I'm trying to understand why. And the reasons that we found as Shosholoza, which we want to put to you today, is that there is a concern that the MKP is behind the March and March process. Comrades, I want to warn you now that if that thing continues the way it's doing, it reminds us of the black-on-black violence that happened in 1992, where they used the IFP to propel this process. And it's happening again. 1992, we had the Boipatong massacre. 45 people were killed. And it worries me that if there is a political party sitting here with us that is behind that, because we know there is a third force behind the March and March process, promoting black-on-black violence. Are we going to allow that to drag this whole left conference into that controversy of black-on-black violence? We need an answer to that, otherwise Shosholoza will leave the alliance, or the conference of the left. We need an explanation from the MKP. They must distance themselves from this thing, otherwise we must throw them out of this conference. I am serious. Failure of which Shosholoza will leave the conference. We are not going to be part of a situation where we believe that there is a third force behind this. It's going to remind us of the Boipatong massacre of 1992. We need to be clear. Lenin wrote, better few, but better. That's what I'm saying we should look at. Better few, but better. I've got 3 minutes, comrades. I'll wind up. So that's us going forward. So we're going to watch the space, comrade GS. Engage MKP. If they distance themselves from this process, they are welcome. I like the speech by Tony Yengen, Comrade Tony Yengen yesterday. It represented what we meet, some of the things we talk about. I worry about their wanting to reincarnate feudalism. We don't want that, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, we are looking at the future. We are scientific. So we need to be better few, but better. So our proposal going forward, number one, our own perestroika as a communist party must begin. And there is no better leader in the Communist Party today who can lead our perestroika and leave a legacy in the Communist Party than Comrade Africa Mapaela. Give him a round of applause. Restructuring of the Communist Party must begin. When I left Moscow in 1985, I came to Lusaka. I spent time with Chris Hani discussing the problem. And I said to Chris Hani, change the name of the Communist Party into Social Democratic Alternative. He told me, comrade, that will not happen. The Communist Party will remain as a vanguard of the workers. He drove me to the airport in his Land Cruiser, short wheelbase, Land Rover. I don't know if any of you met Chris Hani at that time. And when he dropped me at the airport, he says, comrade, I remind you, the role of the party remains as the vanguard of the people. 92, we returned. I was teaching at Wits University. He calls me, says, comrade, I've decided to be full-time in building the Communist Party. I'm not going into the government. But I want you to write me the paper of our discussion in Lusaka. And I did. And in that paper, I said to Chris, I remember you disagreed with me about changing the name of the party. But here's an alternative. The party must create a vehicle that it can utilize to contest bourgeois democratic elections. It can control that vehicle, but use it as a front. Because if you go to the people and you say, we are a communist party, a lot of people don't understand you. Communism has been bedeviled by the capitalist media for many years. And my mother died 14 years ago. May her soul rest in peace. Every time I spoke to her about communism, she would raise her right hand and say, you look at my fingers. They are not equal. People believe inequality is natural. Take them through the process slowly. Let us adopt the SDR as our ideology, our philosophy as the left. We are not monopolizing the SDR as Shosholoza. We are saying, take Shosholoza, even take the whole party Shosholoza and build it as a front for the Communist Party. We are not power hungry. We want to see proper change in our country. We're saying, take the social democratic revolution and let us all together here move for that and make it what we want it to be. The alliance. The alliance has run itself by date. The ANC is in a problem, is in a crisis. They've got to choose between the commies and the GNU. And anybody in their space would go the way they are going, to the right. It's a crisis point. But let's go to them with the SDR, with the renewed, with our perestroika. That talks to the real conditions of. I like what Comrade from my boy was saying. Domesticate the theory. Make it applicable to our people. We as the left today must unite with the Communist Party and go into the alliance with the ANC as a group. As a grouping. We reconstitute the alliance, but now we are the left in the alliance, not just the SACP. That will redefine the alliance, comrades. With those words, I think I'll stop here. But the issue of the MKP, we want it resolved and resolved today. Otherwise, we are walking out of the conference. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ray from Shosholoza Party. Can we move to Bolshevik Party? And I'm hoping that we will be able to keep our time managing a little bit better than we have done on that one. I'm going to adopt the principle of the steering committee chair yesterday of indicating how many minutes we are given to move forward as opposed to lose.
Manda. Yeah, thank you, comrades. Yes, indeed, I won't consume much of your time, comrades. But as the Bolshevik part of South Africa, we were provoked to respond to a number of destructive utterances with a reference to this conference of the left. Immediately after the introduction of this important convention, they aroused brouhaha trying to characterize or to question the credibility of the convener and the steering committee. But as the Bolshevik Party, because we said we come here not for political school, but to develop a minimum program in order to confront serious problems facing South Africans today. However, we said willy-nilly we must respond to those destructive utterances, especially from the comprador, but we know we are in a class struggle. And the role of the comprador is to defend the interests of the multi-international conglomerates. And our role is to defend the interests of the working class. But thank you, SGS, for not responding to some of the utterances that were made by the SG or the Secretary General. And you were in order because the position of the General Secretary and the position of the Secretary General, they are not equal. And I must put it very clear and unequivocal to this important gathering. Comrades, if you are the Secretary General, it means you are the Secretary of the Generals. But if you are the General Secretary, it means you are the General of the Secretaries. Then the position of the General Secretary is a very high position. So, and we take it serious. And as the Bolshevik Party of South Africa, we've got a serious role to defend this revolution, because our intention is to serve and please the revolution, the working class, and the country as well. Comrades, some of the speeches yesterday, yes, they were trying to dislodge the National Democratic Revolution. And National Democratic Revolution is our baby. It's a baby of the Bolsheviks. It doesn't come from the vacuum. It's a baby of the Bolsheviks. There is no way we can abandon the National Democratic Revolution precisely because his objectives are not solved. The national questions are not solved. We still grapple with the racism in South Africa. We still grapple with sexism and other national questions. And therefore, we are still in water conference to push the striking until we attain the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. We are historical and dialectical materialists, and therefore, we must respond to those things. Those who were questioning this gathering, they are actually suffering from false conscience, good comrades. They are suffering from false conscience. What we are doing here, it doesn't start today. It doesn't start today. If we still remember what happened in 1928, the Second International, when they resolved about native thesis, the Black Republic thesis, they were very clear. And the intention was to mobilize the workers and the poor for particular purpose. Because the black people here in South Africa were suppressed. They said natives must be independent. And that was a transitional stage towards socialism. And again, the Third International, 1934, it also had some deliverables. That Third International had some deliverables. One of the deliverables, I'm sure we still remember what happened in Spain. When Emmanuel Assad ascended, it was precisely because of the left front. Then we've got the road as the left frontiers to consolidate the working class and soldier. Therefore, the importance of front must be taken into consideration, community and the collective. Comrade, in 1994, some of us, we thought 1994 will deliver something important for us. Yes, that political achievement, unfortunately, that political achievement, good comrades, when you check, we achieved that political power. But the political power, with the same apartheid state machinery, being intact. Classical example is what is happening in Matanga Commission of today. That Matanga Commission of today, good comrades, majority of the people who are testified there, mostly are the product of apartheid state apparatus, good comrades, state machinery. So what we expect from the product of Paul O'Sullivan, when we are having problems in South Africa, ourselves as the Bolsheviks, we are not surprised, because we know the product of Paul O'Sullivan cannot resolve the problem facing the people of South Africa. It is us, the working class, who can solve this problem. So we are saying, comrades, let's rally all the left forces, including those who are outside. Because the majority of them, they boycotted this particular event precisely because they were misinformed. And it is our role to clarify them, good comrades. Comrades, let's check the mushrooming of the mining sector in South Africa. But before that, what is happening with the areas that are situated in mining areas? What is happening there in Kantelbin, Sprans, Kalinen? Those comrades, those people, they are sitting on a time bomb. But we are quiet. We must develop an answer to say, how are we going to assist those people? What is happening there in Sekhukhune? The mushrooming of the mining sector. Then, as the Politicians Party are saying, we must conduct an audit of all mining companies and check as to whether they're also complying. Are they adhering to social responsibility? Probably not. They are not adhering to communities. The communities in those areas, they are still suffering. And also, who is mining there? We still grapple with the legacies of colonialism, good comrades. We are having problems here in South Africa, good comrades. This intensification of capital against labor, the intensification of capital against labor, from you as the workers, when they introduce robotic machine, what do you say in there? There's some of the machines, they were aimed to flush out the workers from the mainstream of the economy. High level of unemployment, high level of inequality in South Africa. And why are we silent, good comrades, with these problems? The cost of living is too high. But the land, the vast, unproductive land, we are silent. But we are happy. As the Politicians Party, we also adopted agriculture to say it must be part of our priority. And we are happy the Communist Party as well through the Red Caravan. They are doing exactly what is needed with communities. The housing backlog. Majority of the people are still staying in hostels, in human living conditions. When you check informal settlement, the volume of informal settlement in the country, even some of the people, they are staying in the sheds made of asbestos. And we know asbestos is harmful to the life of the human being. And we are inviting these collectives to say, let's check them. And we do have some terms of reference. Sometimes we are forced to say, let's go and open cases against the government. Because it is the government that subjected the people to those particular things. Comrades, there are a number of things that must be addressed in South Africa. Then now, we question ourselves to say, what are we doing about these things? Then, as the Politicians Party of South Africa, we said, willy-nilly, we must revert back to RDP policy. Let's revert back to RDP policy. Because intention of the reconstruction and development program was to address poverty, inequality, and the lack of services. When we travel across the provinces of South Africa, check the potholes, it means we must address the issue of reconstruction. Number of areas are not developed. What about the development? So let's revert back to RDP documents. I'm surprised why COSATU is silent about this. It's your baby, by the way. So, baby, why are we silent about RDP movements? Let's revert back to RDP so that we can address these problems that we have in South Africa. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. Thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you very much, Bolshevik Party. We are moving to the Keep Left Socialism. If they are here, can they come forward? Okay. Clearly, we are not going to be keeping left, but by the end of the conference, I hope we will be keeping left. Comrades, let's move then to the Mangaung People's Movement, and if the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa can be ready to come up after that. Okay, not seeing, and these lights are really eclipsing me from the seeing on the left, which is, one hope is not a right-wing plot to keep our comments. In the absence of the Mangaung People Movement at the moment, could we ask the Progressive Women's Movement to please come and take the stage? Amandla. Comrades, thank you very much for welcoming Comrade Evelyn Mswetsa to the stage, but we are going to try and push with time. We are trying to keep ourselves to 10-minute slots. We are failing so far. Comrade Evelyn, that was certainly not silencing any woman from this platform.
Amandla. Amandla. Can we say it as we believe, as if we believe? Amandla. My speech has disappeared. Okay. I want to greet this August House for having given us an opportunity as Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa. Unfortunately, I cannot speak from the heart because I'm given a mandate to say what. Comrade Jenny, can they sing? We can sing. I did not open it because I thought we were coming very late.
Okay. Do you want us to take it later?
Yeah.
Have a chair here. Amandla. Comrades, we are just sorting out, we didn't give Comrade Evelyn sufficient notice that she was the next speaker, so she's just going to resolve a technical glitch. In the meantime, we will move to take the message of the statement from the Political Parties Assembly. Comrade Vusi Ngumalo, are you here? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Amandla, can we allow the statement to be heard, please?
Amandla. Comrades and fellow working class, we come from the Political Party Assembly. I'm in here representing the Political Party Assembly. Our chairperson couldn't make it. I am Tamsa Ngatlachwayo, the coordinator on behalf of the Political Party Assembly. And we are very grateful to be given this opportunity and to request our solidarity to our fellow African sisters and brothers in the working class. As the Political Party Assembly, we want to state it clearly that we come from an absolute monarchy and we are suffering a great tendency due to the absolute behavior of a state that is pushing us not to be able to deliver our interest as people in a democratic state. We've had a massacre on June 21, where majority of Emaswati were killed, and our people were never given justice. Our appeal to this conference and why we are coming here is to ask for solidarity, particularly to assist us deal with the enemy, which is the royal monarchy and the government, to remove the Tingunda system. It is painful that we come at a time where other countries in SADC are enjoying freedom, and yet we are enjoying absolute dictatorship. So we hope that this conference will be able to take in heart and confidence the interest of the Swazi people for the yearning of a democratic state and the plight of the working class, because the injury to the Swazi people is an injury to the South African people, and our pain is your pain, and we hope that we'll get solace in that you benefit us and give us your solidarity. Amandla.
A left conference that does not take people-to-people solidarity and internationalism seriously cannot define itself as left. Thank you very much for that contribution. The Mangong People's Movement is in the House, and they are now called to the stage.
Amanda, Amanda, thank you, the program director, for this opportunity to share our thoughts on this important occasion of the Conference of the Left. Let me start first by greeting you in the name of the living people of Cuba. If there is any country that I love, is Cuba. A country that possesses love for humanity. We accordingly argue that we must learn what is the meaning of revolutionary leadership, rooted and connected to the aspiration of the people from the Cuban people. What must we learn? Because the criterion of truth is practice rather than theory. As the saying goes, by their actions ye shall know them. A revolutionary is not a person who makes nice sounding revolutionary statements and shouting revolutionary slogans to the heavens. A revolutionary is a person who is of service to humanity, just like the Cuban people. The Cuban people are not lyrical about theory without action. It is easy to shout revolutionary slogans than to put them in action. This conference was convened to consolidate unity and craft a new vision, rather than theorize about unity. Talk is cheap, but money buys whiskey. Therefore, the question arises, is this conference going to agree on the establishment of the United Front of the Left? or is going to be another useless talk show? That is the question that we are raising. Everybody knows what a fragmented and divided working class is going to be a menu for the capitalists. Everybody knows that. It is agreed by consensus that capitalists are united without shouting slogans about unity. So why the forces of the left are divided and fragmented? We accordingly submit that the working class that is divided does not even qualify to be either the working class or the left. We argue. In ideological terms, what is left or working class about being fragmented and divided? We therefore proceed to argue that the time has come for unity. It is now or never. Let the conference agree on the formation of the United Front of the Left, similar to the UDF. All parties will simply be affiliates of the United Front of the Left. If indeed unity is sacrosanct, why keep dancing on fire instead of giving unity a concrete form in the shape of the United Front of the Left? Time has come for unity of the left. The time has come for the left to wake up from almost half a century of deep slumber and unite. We don't need another conference of the left. What is needed is a conference to launch the United Front of the Left. Why keep dancing on fire? The time for unity is now. All the material factors, both objective and subjective, point in the direction of unity as the logical conclusion. Both subjective and objective factors point in the direction of unity. So why dilly-dally? Why keep dancing on fire? What is the point of agonizing and lamenting about the evils of capitalism to the grave, but before taking action to deal decisively with capitalism? Who doesn't know about the evils of capitalism here? So why keep repeating the same thing over and over? Since 1848, we all know about the evils of capitalism. What is needed is to deal decisively with capitalism, but we keep agonizing. Unity of the left and the workers is not going to fall from heaven like manna. It must be created by the social forces who share the same strategic vision of creating a new society, in which everyone has shelter, food, and clothes. The old left must die today so that the new left is born. The new left must be more about practice than theoretical abstraction. I have studied theory for more than 40 years. I don't care about theory. I know it. The new left must be known and seen in the villages, displaying new attitudes, conduct, and practice socialist culture. That culture is not going to fall from the sky. What is needed today is a new vision, buttressed by revolutionary action. What is needed today is the establishment of the United Front of the Left for the frontal attack on capitalism, not agonizing and lamenting about the evils of capitalism. That is not what we want. In 1848, Marx and Engels proclaimed, "Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains." Did they unite? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than the rich person to enter the kingdom of God. We refuse to unite because our personal material interests and the purity of our soul are not allied. May God help the workers and working class to unite. Repeating the same thing over and over while expecting different results is insanity, not according to me, but according to Albert Einstein. Since 1848, we have been repeating the same thing Workers of the world, unite. You've got nothing to lose but your chance. But the workers refuse to unite. Therefore, let this insanity of repeating unity since 1848 come to a stop. Amanda!
I hesitate to use the word unite after that. But indeed, unity in action, I think, was a loud message coming through. Comrades, we're now going to take the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa. If we could ask Spartacist SA to be ready to speak thereafter, and Basuta Action Party to speak thereafter, we will be able to move forward. Comrade Evelyn, the floor is yours.
The Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa brings revolutionary greetings to the Conference of the Left, and we affirm our commitment to building coordinated left capacity at this decisive conjuncture in our nation's history. We stand in solidarity with the steering committee and all progressive forces gathered here in the shared understanding that the fragmentation of the left has become a gift to capital. The time for unity, clarity, and collective action is now. The unity that we say has been preached forever and is not happening. As Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa were saying, the time for unity is now. PWMSA aligns fully with the conference framework that true transformation requires confronting the decisive questions of ownership, power, and structural inequality. 3 decades after 1994, political freedom has not translated into economic ownership for the majority of South African women. Land, capital, and productive assets remain concentrated and largely inaccessible. Women, particularly working class and the poor women, continue to bear the heaviest burden of unemployment, poverty, violence, and exclusion. Women's emancipation must therefore move beyond participation to real control over resources and decision-making systems. We were arguing this morning about whether women should be in control or there should be a correlation, there should be working together of women and men. But we did not reach a conclusion of that discussion. This requires restructuring the economy to ensure women have equitable access to land, finance, markets, and technology. An emphasis is on equitable. Whilst breaking the confinement of informal and low-wage work, I work for the Department of Education, and I get less salary compared to my co-workers who are males in education. Until today, male teachers earn more than female teachers. At its core, this is a struggle over power. Who owns, who governs, and whose voices define policy and development priorities. Without transforming leadership across the state, the economy and society, gender equality will remain incomplete. Structural transformation demands dismantling patriarchal and capitalist systems that produce inequality, and advancing the deliberate measures of redistribution, representation, and accountability. This is not a women's issue alone. It is a class issue, a left issue, a question of whether we are serious about building working class and popular power. So seriousness is questionable here. Our contribution to the first phase work program, we align, or in alignment with the conference third objective to agree on focused first phase work program with specific campaigns and measurable outcomes. PWMSA proposes the following priority campaigns for working class and the poor. Number 1, land and productive asset ownership campaign. And our focus here is shifting structural ownership of land and production. Number 2, 40% public procurement and economic justice campaign. And the focus here is economic redistribution and market access. The third one is equal pay and decent work campaign. And the focus here is workplace power and income equality. The fourth point is women in leadership campaign. Here we are saying the focus is decision-making power and representation. The fifth one is anti-gender-based violence structural justice campaign. And the focus is safety, justice, and bodily autonomy. We call for action, or the call to action, for the working class and the poor women. Comrades, this is a moment for decisive, united action. We are not here just to talk, but there should be action. We call on all progressive forces represented at this conference to rebuild and re-energize a militant women's movement rooted in the struggle for working class and the poor women. We know when women stand up, they are normally put aback, they are normally put aside, but when they stand up, things start happening. So we are calling for women to start rebuilding and re-energizing the militant women's movement. We must organize in workplaces, communities, farms, townships, and rural areas to ensure that women are not spectators in the economy, but owners, producers, and decision makers. This requires confronting exploitation, whether it exists, and whether in labor market and in the home or within our structures. Let us unite behind the pro-worker, pro-poor demands. We believe as progressive women, that is why we are endorsing this conference of the left, or whatever that it believes in. We believe that the organizers of this, or the initiators of this conference of the left, which is South African Communist Party, we trust that whatever that they have initiated, they will see it to finish. We have seen their program called People's Red Caravan. We have seen them getting into the communities. And if we can agree on programs as this conference of the left, and do as they have started, I think we can change this country. We must build strong grassroots structures, deepen alliances, and develop a new cadre of women leaders who are accountable to the masses, not to the elites. The struggle ahead demands courage. It demands discipline. It demands unity. We were discussing with Comrade Lama this morning, saying, you know, with this, we have started war. And are we ready for the war? The two of us, we said we are ready for the war that is coming because of organizing the conference of the left, particularly if land is the question that we are dealing with. We must organize, mobilize, and act to dismantle patriarchy, challenge economic injustice, and build society where the liberation of women is inseparable from the liberation of the working class. In closing, comrades, the conference of the left is the rebuilding of a united, militant, and ideological grounded left. We are emphasizing militant because nowadays there's nothing that you get on a silver platter without fighting for it. As we deliberate over the next 3 days, or the 2 days now, let us remember declarations must be transformed into organized practice. The working class and the poor are watching. History is watching. We are looking at you, the steering committee. We hope and believe that there is going to be action after this. We are just giving you 3 months. We must start seeing things happening on the ground. Amandla.
Comrades, if that was not a challenge to the organizations of the left to take our place in the progressive women's movement and to strengthen gender struggles inside our organizations, in our communities, and make sure that we are mobilizing women for action. I was reminded as listening how many revolutions in this world have been started by women, working class women, taking up issues around their own living conditions, their own experiences, and from that being able to mobilize the community and mobilize revolutionary spirit. Comrades, Spartacist SA, please come and take the stage.
Amanda. Pansy, U.S. imperialism, pansy. Forward to working class struggle against the GNU government of national oppression, forward. Forward to unity of African toilers against the American empire, forward. Down with the agents of white monopoly capital, the fomenters of tribalism and anti-African chauvinism, down! Greetings, comrades. We appreciate the opportunity to take part in this important gathering and to address you, and I will try to keep my remarks short. We are meeting at a time, as many have said, that is decisive for the left and for the working class of the world, because U.S. imperialism is running rampant. Under Trump, the U.S. ruling class has shown that they are going to drag the world into a spiral of chaos and war and destruction in order to keep the American boot on the world's people. There must be proletarian opposition to U.S. imperialism forged in defense of ourselves if we are going to have a progressive way out of this crisis. In South Africa, we know that Trump's blackmail and squeezing of the country is supported by a fifth column inside the country. We know who they are. AfriForum, Freedom Front, DA, March in March, Dudula. And we know what they are after. They want to silence any voice that demands freedom for black people, restoration of the land. That's why Trump said, you have to go after the EFF and its commander-in-chief and lock up this guy. And the GNU is appeasing him. They want to crush the unions, collapse public services, and privatize it. That's what they are doing at Transnet. That's what they are doing at ESCOM. That's what the National Treasury is doing when it blackmails the city of Joburg and says you have to cancel the wage agreement of SAMWU. They want to set the community against the working class and blame the working class and its unions for the collapse of public services. They want to channel the anger of the unemployed and the poor South Africans against their African brothers and sisters in order to chain all black people under the boot of U.S. imperialism. In the face of this, we know that the left is divided, is paralyzed, is weak. There has not been working class struggle in this country against this right-wing offensive. Why? That is what we are discussing this weekend. There are many reasons. We as Spartacist South Africa think that the reason for this division is not just because people don't want unity. As we can see, lots of people want unity here. The reason we think is that the left has been unable to deal with its own fifth column, with the forces that rest on the aspirations of the black masses, that appeal to them with radical rhetoric sometimes, but use them as bargaining chips for narrow elite interests to make deals with white monopoly capital. That is why we think that the number one thing that has to be done, the task that has to be taken up to unify the working class, to have a united front and a struggle in defense of ourselves, is to break the ties that still connect much of the movement to the butchers of Marikana. This is the task. Now, that, I think, probably hits a sore point with many comrades. It seems like I'm being ideological and divisive, so let me give a few examples to make this concrete. This is not about ideology. How are we going to fight to overturn the racist sentencing of the EFF's commander-in-chief if we are afraid of stepping on the toes of Ramaphosa's ANC? Because they are the ones at the head of the GNU. They are the ones at the head of the GNU who have made it absolutely clear that they are going to appease Trump and AfriForum. The same week that Julius Malema was sentenced, they did this with the absolutely despicable, insulting act of sending Rolf Meyer as the ambassador to Washington. It's outrageous. There's no way we are going to build a united movement to fight to overturn this racist ruling and to mobilize the working class and the unions unless we are willing to break with the butchers of Marikana. How are we going to fight, comrades, to defend Samwu against the attack of the National Treasury and to fight to mobilize the community to rip up the GNU austerity budget if we are not willing to fight against the governments of Panyaza Lessufi in Gauteng? If you are concerned about propping them up, comrades, because you think that Panyaza Lessufi's wing of the ANC is going to get us a better GNU with the EFF and MK involved. That's a dead end, comrades. That is only going to paralyze our struggles. It cannot be done. We have to break these ties. And we have to make progress on all of the burning defense of our interests, of the masses. We have to change and revive the workers' movement by fighting to lead the national liberation struggle with a different strategy, with different methods. Ones that are not focused on trying to have unity with the elites, but are focused on the class struggle, building and strengthening the class struggle. Now, we don't think this is going to happen overnight. It's naive to think that. And in fact, one of the reasons why a lot of the forces on the left decided to boycott this, which we think they are wrong about that. We argued with a number of those comrades. But a big reason is that they have mistrust of the forces that have convened this meeting. They have mistrust in particular that the SACP has committed many crimes in the names of the alliance, in the names of the tripartite alliance over the years. That mistrust, comrades, it is not going to be overcome in one weekend with one conference with nice speeches. The way that it is going to be overcome is with actual unity in action, with an actual united front. And that's why what we think should come out of this conference, the number one thing is not the fine, long resolutions and all these things. It is actually a program for united action, for an anti-imperialist united front. The time actually, although the left is very weak and the right wing is on the offensive, the fact that the GNU is destabilized with the Pala Pala judgment gives us an opening to actually move into action. But if we don't move with action, then the ruling class is going to find a way to stabilize and the right wing is going to continue to gain. So we think that there should be a united front, which does not mean we have a political non-aggression pact with one another. It does not mean that the participants in the United Front give up their own political identity. It means we mobilize around concrete action to defend ourselves. And we are working with others that participate in the conference. We'd like to put forward a resolution for an anti-imperialist united front based on 4 simple demands. Number 1, defend the left against state repression. This includes we have to fight to scrap the PI Amendments Act. That is an attack on every organization, including the EFF ground forces. That is an attack on Abahlali. that is attack on the Housing Crisis Committee, everybody who actually fights in reality for land. If we don't fight to overturn this, then there's no way, all the talk about land and nationalizing the land and expropriating the land, which needs to happen, is not going to mean anything. We need to fight to defend the unions against strike breaking, defend SAMWU's wage agreement. We need to fight to defend immigrants against pogromist attacks and to overcome the divisions between South Africans and immigrants by fighting to expand access for everybody to education, to hospitals. Nationalize the private hospitals, nationalize the private schools. And we need to fight to defend South Africa against US imperialism. So we look forward to debating this throughout the weekend. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Basotho Action Party, Dr. Mahal, Professor Mahal. Okay. If we don't have the Basotho Action Party available at the moment, we are moving to bring some youth to the stage. Yeah, I thought there would be a yes. If I look at some of us on the rest of the program, our age is increasing. So let's get Kosas to the stage, please. Kosas, please don't let us down. Yeah, come, running from the back. Each one, teach one. And as you can see, the youth are still fit and are able to lead us in struggle. Please just introduce yourself by name because I didn't give me who this is.
Okay. Make wathenta ma sesho kancane ma make wathenta ma sesho kancane ma make wathinta umntana esikolo umntana esikolo make wathinta umntana esikolo uzoyibona iKosas Mandla awethu away with white monopoly capital away. Down with monopoly capital down. Run away, Rupert, run away. Run away, Chenyu, run away. Magambu siviwe, magahambe. Magambu siviwe, khwarube, magahambe. Receive my warmest revolutionary greetings. I go by the name of Siyabonga Zenande, Wagwahlati, the coordinator of COSAS, COSAS of the left. Yes, today we have a view as COSAS. That's why we participated here into this conference. We were not going to be bulldozed by those who sit there in a certain floor to tell us where to go and where not to go. South Africa remains one of the unequal societies in the world despite the gains of democracy. Majority of young people continue to face poverty, unemployment, underfunded schools, gender-based violence, racism, hunger, and lack of opportunities. The working class and the poor remain trapped in economic exclusion while the wealth continues to be concentrated in the hands of the few. As COSAS, we believe that the left must rebuild itself into a united and a revolutionary force capable of advancing the interest of workers, students, unemployed, and the marginalized communities. Comrade SG, this conference must not become a talk shop. It must produce a clear program of action. Confront neoliberalism, privatization, and corrupt austerity and capitalist exploitation. The reason why we decided to come SG, even though we came very late, we were still lobbying amongst ourselves. Remember, now in our component called the Progressive Youth, we are being captured into a certain office where even now, learners still faces challenges, but we can't bear to speak because we are in the pockets of the ANC leadership. Today, it's difficult, Comrade SG, to reclaim the autonomy of the organization. Comrade, treat our components as the Stokvel or a burial society. We no longer represent learners, now we represent ourselves. When you speak on issues affecting learners, you become to a target to the leadership of the ANC. Today, Comrade SG, I will say it very boldly. COSAS is not here because they were instructed to not come, but we chose to come. Learners in KwaZulu-Natal, learners in Limpopo, learners in the Eastern Cape still go to pit toilets today, still have underfunded schools because of this so-called Tea Party called the GNU. The reason why I started saying Minister Sivuyo must go, that lady has dismally failed. Because even now we wrote several petitions to the office of the president calling for her removal, but the ANC decided to show us a middle finger. That's why we are here today, to say we must rebuild. I'll engage with other leaders in other formations where there are student components. We are going to be the ones who are going to follow. I was telling the other comrade from the Umkhonto student movement to say we need to take all student components. We must build our students of the left. We've seen inequality in our schools. It's painful, Comrade SG. Our leaders who are saving same portfolios that must liberate the child of the marginalized. Their kids are not there in our township and rural schools. They attend in IEP and Kuro. Some are even using blue lights to go to school. COSAS today, it's been stripped its autonomy because of the interference of the leadership of the ANC into COSAS politics. We can't even speak. When you speak, they target you. I mean, I know when I live here, I'll be summoned or they will be giving me a letter to say, no, comrade, you went against our resolution, we are going to remove it. And Comrade Soli, I'm prepared. If we must start our own student formation in the SACP, we will be at the forefront of doing that. And also, Comrade Soli, as COSAS, we've taken a stance. We wanted to meet you, but unfortunately, we are one of the busiest people in this country. We are like Cyril Ramaphosa. We are most of the busiest people in this country. But as COSAS, we've taken a position to declare our support to the South African Communist Party. Post these voter registration programs, we will be having joint programs with the SACP and the YCL to conscientize young people to register, but not to register only, but to vote for the South African Communist Party. Because our leaders of the ANC, when they are given a task, they become pop stars. Barata paparazzi. You know, when Comrade SG said there is nothing popular with the left, I said, but I understand him because he never led any socialist structure. He has each and every right to go and moonlight around the media, says whatever he says. But nevertheless, we are not going to be threatened by populists and pop stars. We are going to declare our support today that as we represent 1.3 million learners in South Africa, we are taking the stance of the left. Because our kids in rural and in township areas are still receiving unequal education with those who are in Kuro. When we made a call, Comrade Soli, saying we request all government officials, including councillors, to bring their kids into public schools, we were seen as if we are anarchists. So I'm not going to take much time, Comrade SG. We are going to send our documentation, they're still preparing it. We are going to be sending it. We have declared that we're going to be part. I hope that in the component of the steering committee, we can be given a smallangana piece there. Because there is nothing for us without us. Comrade Chira, they always say we are the future. We are no longer the future, we are the current. We are happening now. And Comrade Chirwa, we are saying, you must go tell them, this needs to be a collective voice of young people. All young people need to go and contest all corridors of power. We are tired of being spectators in this revolution. Comrades, when we do wrong, we must clap hands. We are not in business of entertaining any officials' feelings. Wrong needs to be addressed. If it comes to push, we must fight fire with fire. We are going to fight that. But nevertheless, Comrade Soli, we are going to be hand-on with you from now up until we reach the common goal. Kancane sekusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela kusele kancane sekusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela kancane sekusele kancane, kancane sizophumelela mandla.
I knew that the youth could get you onto your feet better than any of the rest of us. Comrades, we are going to take equal education next. Then we are going to have United Community Secondary Consumer Cooperative, and I'm giving warning to other youth formations that we are then going to take the PAC youth, the EFF youth, and the YCL to wrap up this session of the statements to the Conference of the Left. In the year of 2026, if we look back to 1976, it's appropriate that we close this open session of the statements with statements from the left, the left youth formations. Could we call on Equal Education to come forward, please? Okay, if Equal Education is not available to speak at this stage, let's take the United Community Secondary Consumer Cooperative, UC2. Where to?
Amanda. Comrades, thank you to the organizers of the event, all protocol observed. Comrade Ndala, on behalf of United Communities Secondary Cooperatives, abbreviated as UC2. We have a total number of 27 cooperatives in the country. We are under the auspices of Doratamana Cooperative Development Agency, the brainchild of the South African Communist Party. I am not a politician, but I'm going to start with the base document called the Freedom Charter, which says, or which starts with the words, "We the people of South Africa." My question is, what is the difference with the people then and the current people? And who owns this document? If it says we the people of South Africa, who are the people of South Africa? It says, among others, share in the country's wealth, all other industries, trade shall be controlled to help the well-being of the people. Where are the people? What is their well-being? What is their lived experience? All people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose to trade. There's an aspect on the National Democratic Revolution which speaks of prosperity. Which prosperity and how is it going to come? Are we going to summon it through spirits, or are we going to work on it to realize it? In this instance, as UC2, we would like to lobby the plenary of the Conference of the Left to use the cooperative model to reclaim this space and realize prosperity. Our statement reads as follows: building township and local economies through cooperatives. On this historic first day of the conference, second day of the Conference of the Left, we as the United Communities Secondary Cooperatives, UC2 as abbreviated, recognize the role of the working class across the Republic of South African economy. There's somebody who said the economy is divided into two. There's the first economy and the second economy. But when the economy suffers, we all suffer. So who protects us as ordinary people in the second economy? Or we just have one economy, we are just being academic? Consumer cooperatives presents a model where workers and communities are not only participants in the economy, but active owners of it. UC2 is a national network of community-based consumer cooperative retail stores. Within these stores, the people who work in and support the business are also members, customers, owners, board members, employees, and equally suppliers. The PRC part that you see having VAC, Village Agricultural Co-ops, they have set up chicken runs, mainly with layers, chicken layers. They need the market. Where will they get the market? In the consumer cooperative, a community-owned store. This is prosperity. This is not hogwash. This changes the dynamics of work. Instead of value being extracted from a distant shareholder, it is retained, circulated within the local township and rural community. Across the world, cooperative movements supported by organizations such as the International Cooperative Alliance have demonstrated that enterprises rooted in shared ownership can create more stable jobs and more resilient local economies. UC2 applies this model directly within the South African retail environment, particularly in remote, rural, marginalized, and underserviced township communities where economic participation is often limited. On this August occasion of the Conference of the Left, UC2 will lobby plenary to support the following proposals. Before I forget, organizers of the steering committee of the Conference of the Left, there is an official 12th language that is not visible. It's called sign language. We are not speaking to that minority niche of voters. We would like to lobby the following proposals or submit the following proposals. Greater recognition of cooperatives as a viable model for inclusive economic participation, targeted and deliberate support and capacity building to strengthen governance and sustainability. This means in every municipality, in every institution, we must not be biased. We must support cooperatives. People told us that they are biased, but they are not biased to the people, to the working class. Improve access to finance and markets for cooperative enterprises. Policies must be aligned to acknowledge the dual role of members as both workers and owners. We must also lobby to pressure government to introduce the universal basic income grant as a system of social welfare where all eligible citizens receive a set sum of money to eliminate extreme poverty, reduce inequality, and provide financial safety net. UC2 calls for greater recognition of cooperative retail as a viable, scalable part of South Africa's economic landscape. Supporting cooperatives is not about sentiment. It is about building practical, locally owned alternatives that create jobs, strengthen communities, and retain wealth where it is generated. As the country reflects on the future of work, UC2 believes that ownership is more important. Where workers have stake, work becomes more than employment. It becomes participation in building integrated, intertwined, sustained local economies. This is where I must stop. Lastly, on the universal basic income grant, the attempt was made to introduce it in the form of social distress or relief in distress grant, 350. And an opportunity was missed there to build a state bank, which we wanted to bank with. You can't give money to an individual and send them to a private institution to receive it. You issue the person with the bank card of Post Bank, and then you tell them to receive the money at Post Bank. When they can't receive the money at Post Bank, it is going to push you to have an ATM and to equally have a proper functioning bank, state-owned bank. So you can't have people who support capital but at the same time are singing with us. We are saying from 350, the proposal is increase this amount of universal basic income grant to 1,300 to meet the bread basket. Thank you very much, organizer. Skabora Mureki, buy from cooperatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that message. We are going to, before we move to the youth organizations, we are going to firstly take on board the criticism of the steering committee that we've not organized sign interpretation. Absolutely, we humbly apologize for that, and it's certainly something going forward that we will need to take forward. In fact, we need, as the left, to look very much more seriously at the entire area of the people living with disabilities or differently abled, and ensuring that in our work going forward, we are enabling people from that community to be able to be fully participatory and fully their voices to be heard very clearly in our process. Comments. We also owe an apology to Abahlali Bahai, who have been ready to speak from yesterday. They were part of the organizations that needed to or were asked to cascade through to today. So my apologies. Could we please ask Comrade Tabani, if you are the speaker, if you can accept our apology and please come and take the stage.
Aqeqeshe welama socialist, aqeqeshe welama socialist, ama socialist, lama socialist, amandla. Greetings to the leadership and the steering committee of the left. Greetings to the leaders. before I could proceed with my speech, Comrade Soli, it happened that we met at the US Embassy. Comrade Soli was accompanied by Comrade Unyeko. In that midst, I saw the stalwart of the black consciousness, Untate Laibon Mabasa. I then said, this is the good chance. Steve Biko and Chris Hani. I approached Untate Laibon Mabasa and greeted him. Untate Laibon, I'm so excited that I see you engaging with Comrade Soli Mapaila. I started to engage with him about Chris Hani and Steve Biko. He then said to me, let me conclude with Ntate Soli, can you please wait for me? As I was listening to them, they were not talking to me though. I heard Ntate Mabasa saying to Comrade Soli, Comrade Soli, it is no longer a question of saying who is radical more than who is the best left more than who. We need to unite and have a platform. I heard them. I spoke to the stalwart of black consciousness, Untate Laibon Mabas, about Krizan. He then said to me, Comrade Tabang, I went to Algeria after the first Codesa. I went to represent the black consciousness. I heard that Comrade Chris Hani is also around. After I was done with what I was going to do in Algeria, I went there to go and listen to his speech. Immediately when I walked in, I saw General Gebuza, Uspiwe Nyanda, who was accompanying who? Chris Hani. So General Gebuza told Chris Hani that no, we've got our brother from the black consciousness. He's also here. He then related to me that before Chris Hani could even speak, he indicated that I've got my fellow brother here in Algeria from South Africa. Comrade Laibon, greetings. We from the MK, we were now losing strength and hope. We were demoralized in exile. However, the role that was played by the black consciousness, specifically Tsietsi Mashinini, with the 1976 youth uprising, it gave us momentum. We started to have funds. We started to be recognized, and the momentum was back. I then asked him, Comrade Laibon, so ucho horeng? We were discussing with Chris Hani what you see here, the conference of the left. Amandla, comrades. Ngikhuluma nawe black consciousness, ngikhuluma nawe Communist Party. Ukuthi Ntate Soli Mapaila, the elders bayibone kudala bayibone khale, and siyabonga for coordinating this. It is recognizable nationally. I will be short, Program Director. Speech by Abahlali Baahi, the working class leading the struggle for land, housing, and dignity. Revolutionary greetings, comrades. Revolutionary greetings. Sithi amandla. We are a grassroots civil and socialist movement of shack dwellers, tenants, the unemployed, and the black working class. We are not beneficiaries. We are not the poor waiting for houses. We are the working class in motion. We are leaders of this struggle. The crisis is in our doorstep. The crisis, comrades, the crisis we are speaking of is not abstract for Abahlali. We live it every night. No land, no housing, no water, no electricity. Imagine evictions at 4 a.m., bulldozers before breakfast, police rubber bullets for those who refuse to move, while capital and the elite live in gated estate. The black working class is dumped on floodplains and next to toxic dams. Neoliberal capitalism has no plan for us except the removal. Such policies as Giza, breaking new grounds now, always that build houses for capital and shacks for the people. Abahlali baahi is politically, comrades. Comrades, let us be clear. Abahlali baahi is not just about service delivery, it's about power. The land question is the national question. The housing question is the class question. When the black working class is landless and homeless, we cannot speak of liberation. 1994 gave us a vote, but kept us where? In shacks. That is not black majority rule. That is black majority shack dwellers. Black majority rule must mean land and houses for abahlali baahi. Black majority rule is meaningless if we still live under a zank. Real majority rule means the black working class commands the land, the cities, and the economy. We cannot wait for capital to develop land for us. Land must be expropriated without compensation and placed under democratic working class control. Cities must be decommodified. Housing must be a right, not a market. Independent Constituent Assembly, let abahlali write the law. The neoliberal constitution protects property for the rich and evictions for the poor. Abahlali baahi therefore call an independent constituent assembly elected by the black working class and the oppressed, including the shack dwellers. Let those who live in the mud write the laws of land. Let those who face evictions write the laws of housing. Only then, housing for all will stop being a slogan and become a plan. As I conclude, black working class leadership from the shack to the front. The future of Azania will not be designed in boardrooms. It will be organized in mass meetings, under the trees, in candle lights. Amandla!
Comrades, we would now like to move. We've got 4 more inputs before we move to the plenary session 2, and I am really now indicating the list is closed. Because we are constantly landing up with other proposals. We don't want to silence any voices, but we do need to ensure that the commissions are able to do their work. So we would like to start off by calling the Amandla. Comrades, we will call on the youth formations in the following order: the PAC, the EFF, and the YCL. We will then call the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and we will then conclude with a representative of the clergy present, who will then close off the voices section of this plenary, and we'll move then to plenary session 2. I have not been given names, comrades, of some of the organizations that we're calling, So my apologies for sometimes just calling the organization and not the speaker. So PAC Youth, the floor is yours.
Awuthena siyongena kanjani emakhaya siyongena embobe ngethe sikhokhele sabelo sibuyele emakhaya thina sonke hayi sikhokhele sole sibuyele emakhaya thina sonke esongena kanjani emakhaya siyongena embobe hayi khona siyongena kanjani emakhaya siyongena embobe ezwe lethu eAfrica. No, thank you very much. Without wasting any time, let me greet the leaders here in front. Inhloniphile inkokheli. Ngibulise everyone okhona ngaphakathi kwendawo. My name is Vincent Ladla, the national convener of PASO, a student wing of the PAC. However, I'm going to represent the youth of the PAC. Let me apologize on behalf of the president of the youth PAC, Megakhona Wachachela somewhere. As the youth of the PAC, we are here to recommit ourselves, to reaffirm that we are still the left. One of the objectives and aims of the PAC is to rally and unite all the Africans under the banner of African nationalism. Not under the banner of the PAC, not under the banner of the SACP, not under the banner of the EFF, but under the banner of the African nationalism. We rally today, we unite in the name of socialism. We unite in the name of revolution as our solution. To say from today, our solution is revolution. As the student wing of the PAC, we believe and we mobilize learners to strive for a socialist education. One, we can't have a socialist education if we don't have a socialist Tanzania. So that is why we are not going to fight this thing of wanting socialist education alone. We must unite with these leaders who want a socialist government here in Tanzania so that we can have the socialist education. This current education system is brain damaging us. It's not assisting us. It's preparing us for the labor capitalist force. That is why today you will see abantwana not having access to higher education. But there's no space. Deliberately so abayenzanga space. If they have enough for them abazobachasha ukuthi babayenzele profits. Remember the aim or the first thing for ama-capitalists is to make profits, it's money. So if they have enough people abazobayenzele imali generate profits for them, they don't care about the future of other people. So that is why today many young people are sitting in Makaya not having access to education. Many young people are employed today because of this collapsing system. And we blame ourselves. Today we see Africans fighting other Africans saying, misdirecting our fight. Not saying that it is the system. Our fight must be directed to the system that is collapsing. That is not in favor of the African people. That is not in favor of the African child. So ours is one, my Africa, is to unite. Ours is hardened. Is to speak the truth and never get tired of speaking the truth. We don't have money to go and buy people to come and join us. We don't have resources to go and buy people as the capitalists are doing. Ours is to speak the truth, and one day they will hear us and they will come and join us. So we must never get tired of speaking the truth, my Africa. We must speak the truth up until Amanyama Africa ayibone indlela. Let us be the torchbearers of the African cause. Let's not allow our capitalists to fig. Because as a figure, I want to give you, yeah, they will give you money, give you millions of T-shirts. You will vote back, vote there. But if you get to government under this system, are you going to change? The system is the problem. We can blame these leaders about the parliament. The system is the problem. We must collapse the system. It's not in favor of us. If we don't collapse the system, these problems will keep on happening. As the PAC, we believe that student wars are labor wars, and labor wars are land wars. Yonke into semhlabeni. Land first and the rest shall follow. Kuzuwakha isikolo kumele kube nomhlaba. Sihleli la namhlanje kuze kube namafactory kufuneka umhlaba. Without land we are nothing. Wena self uhleli la umhlaba self. Shutha ababhuna akuthathile nawe self. So sithathiwe baba. So we have a duty ukuthi sizilwele thina ukuthi sibuye as ama-Africa. Angeke ngibe mude because isikhathi, but ezingishoyo ukuthi silana and we are the left and thina we are radical and militant. We are not going back. Izwe lethu.
Comrades, can we call Comrade Naledi from the EFF Youth, and we will then call Comrade Tami from the MK Youth, and we will then move to the YCL. And we are adding also, we will take a message from Focus at the end of this session. Sorry, could we just ask the, could we just ask the MK Youth and YCL, the other speakers to come and sit on the stage so that we can move faster through the rest of these? I think it would assist us with program management.
Amandla! Amandla! Viva mfazomnyama, viva! Viva mfazomnyama, viva! Futek AfriForum, futek! Futek Donald Trump, futek! Futek GNU, futek! Futek Ramaphosa, futek! Futek, futek, futek! Futek, futek, futek! Futek, futek, futek! Futek, futek, futek! Amandla, guys. I greet you in the name of the April Revolution of Ethiopia, of the Sudanese October Revolution, of the Fees Must Fall Revolution, the Rhodes Must Fall Revolution, the Burkina Faso Student Uprising Revolution in our continent of Africa. Nginibulise nonke leadership yonke ehlezi phambili nale ehlezi phansi, and everybody who's at home. Igama lami uNaledi Nokukhanya Chirwa. I'm the national coordinator of the EFF Youth Command, and I also greet in absentia the convener of the EFF Youth Command, Komisa Sihle, and also our leadership of the EFF. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to come and deliver some of the things that as young people we are conversing amongst ourselves. And okokuqala, we just want to deliver the fact that we still want free, quality, decolonized education in our lifetime. That is still a standing item of the young people of this country. We still want industrialization. We still want our mines. We still want the banks. We still want all the strategic sectors of the economy. We speak one language, so we must maintain it in every gathering. And another thing we want to warn against is that we've picked up that the establishment is now utilizing the language of revolution to further its priorities. I'll give an example. We have what we call the National Health Insurance. They present it to us as if it's a one-tier system of the healthcare sector, but what it is that it's the government outsourcing healthcare to the private sector. Another example is the expropriation bill. It uses the word expropriation bill to galvanize support, but what it actually is that it privatizes our land even further. So as young people, we must always keep our ears on the ground to be able to pick up when the establishment is utilizing our revolution, is utilizing our language to further its priorities. And then always we want to call on the fact that we want women to continuously be prioritized. Indaba ye-GBV is still a standing item in South Africa. The president of the country came and said Indaba ye-GBV is now a national disaster. But what has since happened after that is that nothing has been done on the ground, which is what we warned against. We want free sanitary towels. In fact, we call on NSFAS to start giving the female students more money so that they can get sanitary towels. Not only females, but also people who menstruate. We want Leo Mali sanitary towels to be added on their allowances because we don't just want equality, we want equity as well. And then Ogunye Futi, we want to also confront the prison industrial complex. As young people, we are the primary victims of this vicious cycle. We are the ones that are being targeted to form part of criminal syndicates, and we no longer want this to find expression in our communities. So the leaders of the left must start speaking on the prison industrial complex. So there are people who are making money in the name of black faces being plunged into the prisons, and that must come to an end. That money that is spent on prisons, it must be spent on education, it must be spent on healthcare, it must be spent on housing, it must be spent on hygiene and sanitary. Another thing we want to raise is the criminalization of revolutionaries. It is a template that the establishment has utilized for so many years, for so many decades. We know the names, Owini Madikizela Mandela, or Nelson Mandela, which they now hail as an icon of peace. It's still happening in Namhlanje. We have amongst us Dr. Tlaleng Mofokeng, who's the UN Special Rapporteur of Healthcare, who was reported by a Zionist lobby group to the HPCSA, and she was found guilty for saying a swear word to Netanyahu. This is happening in South Africa today, in our entities in government, and the left is not speaking on it in a level that we should be. So we require that the left must organize itself to be able to speak out against all these lobby groups that are working against our liberation in South Africa. Oh, Commander-in-Chief Julius Sello Malema, we understand that it is not necessarily him that they want to put in jail. They want to arrest the idea of economic freedom in our lifetime. And we are clear as young people that even if they can put him in jail, we will become Julius Malema of this season. We will become Julius Malema next year. We will become Julius Malema even in 2027. We will become Julius Malema in our lifetime until we deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. Fotek Ramaphosa, Fotek! Fotek AfriForum, Fotek! Fotek Donald Trump, Fotek! Fotek GNU, Fotek! Fotek, Fotek, Fotek! Fotek, Fotek, Fotek! Amandla, guys.
The future of our country is going to be an energetic future if this is the youth of the country. Can I call on MK Youth, please?
Helele wenyamazan, hiti helele wenyamazan, helele wenyamazan, helele wenyamazan, hawetale shate, hawetale shate. Unitale Satin, how Itali Satin, Manza, how to. Ngisho ngathi kwaza mkhonto kwaza. Sesajwayela sijwayele ekhaya. Comrades, leaders and fellow fighters, I greet you all in the spirit of Umkhonto Wesizwe, the spirit of the nation. My name is Tami Kuzwayo, a member of the Umkhonto Wesizwe party in good standing, one of the youth leaders of Umkhonto Wesizwe, also the founder of Umkhonto Wesizwe student movement. I stand here as a young member and the leader of Umkhonto Wesizwe, a movement named after the armed wing of our forebearers formed when all peaceful avenues for justice were closed. As Comrade Nelson Mandela said at the Rivonia trial, during my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to this struggle of the African people. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. Today, comrades, we face a new form of domination, which is economic domination. Political freedom without economic freedom remains incomplete. I wish to raise 3 points. Firstly, unity is our weapon. As we are united here, what is important is that we must remember the struggle that brings us together. It is not the color of our t-shirts or our beliefs and policies of our different political parties, but there's only one thing that brings us together, and that is that the majority of this country does not own this country. The ownership of this country still remains in the hands of the few. Whether we come from the SACP, the MK Party, the EFF, the PAC, ACT, and all the other formations that are here today, we do not come from the different struggle. We come from the same soul, the same pain, and the same aspiration for the liberation of our people.
The masses do not eat our acronyms, that you are MK, you are AFF, you are what not. But the masses, they want jobs, and they want land, they want dignity. Therefore, this conference of the left, Comrade Soli, must be beyond speeches, and it must establish a common program around 4 priorities, which is land, jobs, energy, and education. We may debate our tactics that we want to debate here. We may do whatever that we want to do. We may try to speak different jargons to prove that I know more than the other, I'm more left than the other. But that is not going to help us, comrades. What is most important is that we must unite around the goal of economic emancipation for our people. And secondly, it is the economic freedom in our lifetime. We must remember, economic freedom is a struggle of our generation. As I am standing here before you, I am 30 years old. I have peers that I know who have qualifications, who went to school, who are doctors today, who have doctorate, but they are still unemployed. I know young people with qualification who survive on temporary jobs and informal hustles. Youth unemployment is not merely a statistic anymore, but it must be declared a national emergency. The promise of 1994 cannot be fulfilled while wealth, the land, and the economic power remain concentrated in the hands of a few. We need meaningful land reform, productive use of land, industrial development, and broader ownership of the economy. We must build an economy where millions of ordinary South Africans have a stake in the country's wealth, not only a connected few. And then thirdly, we need to rebuild the state that serves the people. Load shedding, our failing rail networks, water shortages, and the collapsing services, they hit the poor the hardest. It is the poorest of the poor who feel the pain when they don't have electricity, when the railroads are no longer working. People can no longer get to their work on time. Those are the issues that hit our people on the ground. So a developmental state must be capable, it must be accountable and focused on the needs of the people. But comrades, rebuilding the state also requires integrity. We need leaders who have integrity to go and lead us. Not comrades whom, when they are being questioned, when they are being put in court, they will go and try to stop those processes. If we are all equal before the eyes of the law, and we all believe that the law that we have in South Africa is just, then why are there people who are going to court to seek that impeachment processes must be stopped? The left can only regain the confidence of the masses of its people if it leads by example. In conclusion, comrades, the generation of Mandela, Comrade Hani Sobugwe, and many other comrades, they fought against political oppression. Our generation must fight against economic exclusion, unemployment, and poverty. Let this conference send one message to every township, the village, and the working class community, that the struggle continues. The people come first, and the left must unite to deliver economic freedom in our lifetime. Amanda! Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, comrades from MKP Youth. Can we now call on the YCL? And here I have requested a very succinct, I'm using my seniority here. Comrade Mzwandile, the floor is yours.
Mandla, no magozima, no magolkoni socha, ya begese, no magozima, no magolkoni socha, ya begese, isocha, ololo, isocha, ya begese. Isocha, ololo, isocha, la begese, no magose, man, no magolkone, isocha, la nyamese, isocha, ololo, isocha, la nyamese, no magose. No magol kone isocha la nyambezi mandla awethu forward to socialism, forward. Down with capitalism, down. Phansi ngotsotsi, phansi. Phansi ngezidlwengu, phansi. To greatly appreciate this opportunity we are given by our leadership and to greet the leadership of the steering committee as led by the upright comrade Solima Paila. To acknowledge and respect all the political formations, trade unions, religious formations, sexual organizations, ourselves, the youth formations, student activists that are here. I stand on that established protocol. But to begin by saying it is rather regrettable that we are, as a formations of youth, called at this late hour as a by the way issue, whereas we ourselves of the over 60 million people constitute about a third of this country, and the left is supposed to really benefit from the youth dividend of both energy and innovation. So we almost went to a soccer match without a third of our team. That is what has happened. So to begin with, we as a Young Communist League family support and affirm the convening of this conference of the left, and to also immediately endorse the formation or the formulation of Council of the Left for protracted coordination of this work. That is our starting point, and we also want to affirm that we ourselves believe that class neutrality is a fallacy, and as such, not arriving is also a choice. So it is now a trend that there was a class choice which was made on the GNU, and then now on the non-attendance of the Conference of the Left. This is now what you call consistency. So the question of, I do want to believe that the gist of that necessitated this very conference is the very fact that there is the crisis of working class representation. And we want to agree with that formulation, but in doing so, we want to also add into the gap which we have now recognized that the youth problem is intertwined with the question of class representation crisis. And we want to, for example, highlight this perhaps with some empirical evidence that is there for everyone to can see. For example, young people, there is a problem of unemployment in the country, but the unemployment of the youth is above the national average to start with. So of the 7.8 people who are unemployed, with the conservative figures, 5.8 million people are youth. For example, you consider issue of human settlement. Close to a quarter of this country, of young people do not habit in formal settlements. And that suggests immediately that you do not have proper sanitation, water, electricity, and all. You are demobilized by those conditions to really go and seek employment. So that is why you have people now above 35 protesting to say now, why should we vote when, for example, the system does not prioritize us? That is legacy unemployment that we should have seen. So it is for that reason we are saying when we talk about the matter of class representation, we need not speak about it in isolation of the matter of youth representation. And I will want to adhere to the directive of my senior and Mam Jenny, and shorten this, hoping that we will also circulate as part of the package of the conference our insight. However, we do believe that we would have failed in our task, especially the leadership of young people, if we leave this podium without making demands just like the trade unions, which we do believe, we understand that this should be shared and collective struggles that which we should persecute together. The following is the immediate demands that we are making, that on the basis of the fact that we have observed that even this current SRD, for example, the poverty line lies at around 855 rands currently in South Africa. But the threshold of income which makes you eligible for you to can get, for example, this SRD is around 600, which doesn't even go to the actual figure of the poverty line in this country. Now in February, we have seen the affordability index that reveals 17% of the affordability gap. And we are saying this is a problem that translates to especially what you call child mortality in this country because of malnutrition in the main, given the cost of living crisis which we are facing. And as such, we are making this immediate demand that a universal basic income grant must be equivalent to at least 1.750 a month. And that must be financed by wealth tax of the richest 1% of the people. And we are saying that in the current period, we have got to push that the public sector must create about 2 million employment opportunities for young people to deal a great blow with the youth unemployment in this country, and that the base should not be this joke of minimum wage, but 8.5. That we must call collectively for insourcing of all public service workers. We now have learned that we are being told that there is a bloated wage bill of the public sector, but we are told that there's about 40% vacancy list here, and all these posts are funded for that matter, because it's a vacancy, so we may have thought of it. So the other demand we're making in the immediate is that we must call for the cancellation of the historical debt for all students, and we must ban the labor brokers in this country. And then part of the strategic and structural demands we're making is that we must call for nationalization of all commanding heights of our economy. We must call for expropriation of land, and then we must, out of this conference, for example, call for the resuscitation of the Friends of the NHI, because we have observed that a healthy nation is a productive nation. Amandla, how are you?
Thank you very much, Comrade Mzwandile. We are now going to take two presentations. We have Archbishop Pumodi from the Apostolic Church Council of South Africa and Pastor George Lebusa from the Indigenous Religious Roundtable Institute, and they have assisted us by agreeing that they will share the space that we have. So we will call them, and just to warn Azapa Women's Movement, we are calling you after that, followed by, I'll come back to the last two.
Thank you, Chair of the program. I just want to bring one important element towards this conference of the left. As we know that churches are more on the ground than many political formations. We are the ones who know first when a granny next door doesn't have a meal on a table, when the young people who are orphans because of some social ills of our communities are left with nothing to eat. We are the first ones who get knowledge of that. And want to bring this to you, comrade, that is the conference of the left, that there is spiritual socialism. If some of you are not aware, spiritual socialism didn't come when we started to know about Lenin and others and those who wrote about socialism, etc. It has been there. Some say it has been there 300 years ago, but we differ when coming to that because research has shown that it is as old as the Christian faith itself. Spiritual socialists have strongly condemned free market capitalism for decades, for centuries, as well as racism. They were also called the religious left later down the centuries, which media of today can also classify as S1s. Now, spiritual socialists, they have existed even before, whenever there was political consciousness needed in a nation, the spiritual socialists will then come up. However, once political consciousness is reached, they will then disappear because these are strategists. They only come or surface when there's a need, a special need. In our country today, we need the rising of the spiritual socialists to come up and birth a new consciousness for the 21st century generations. We had our own consciousness of the 1910s, etc., when the African National Congress was formed. Later on, we had the consciousness of the black consciousness around the late 1960s, early 1970s. Now, we need a black consciousness or a consciousness of the 21st century generation. And this is where we come in. This is where we come in as spiritual socialists. People like John Frederick D. Morris, he was one great leader of Christian social movement during the Victorian era. You can find that in history. In Britain, he believed that socialism was also born out of Christian faith. He founded cooperative societies. He critiqued the capitalist system and competed against militant secular leftists in the whole of 1848 revolutions. Some said he was just a spiritual leader, but that is not only true. In 1852, he wrote the following. He said, "My business is not to build. There are others who will build. But my business is to dig, to show that economics and politics must have a ground beneath themselves." That is very profound. He took initiatives to show that the church was and has been on a social mission for the poor from its establishment. This was his understanding of socialism by the church, based on Luke chapter 4, verse 18 in the Bible, that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, and he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor, to lift them out of poverty, and to even declare the Jubilee year of the Lord. That is freedom for all societies. Let us therefore learn from the American left, from people like Dorothy Day, Martin Luther King Jr., Henry Wallace. All these can be called the spiritual socialists due to their societal transformation agendas. And they achieved this. This was anchored in spiritual socialism. And this gave birth to the third wave that we read about in history. This man was inspired by many who refer to the Bible as their document. Let me remind you, comrades, let me remind you that José Arevalo Bermejo, the first president of Guatemala, between 1945 and 1951 was anchored in spiritual socialism. Let us look at that critically, and we'll find out this is true. This has been true. Also, he was eclipsed by his successor, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, who introduced the sweeping land reform that led to the Latin American Cold War. We are not asking for competing with political leadership, no. We are saying, please recognize the power of spiritual socialism. Because when anything in terms of consciousness is supposed to be birthed, we need spiritual socialists. We are the midwife. We are those midwives that will see to the birthing of this. Once that is done, we disappear from the stage. We let the political formations run with the cause. Amandla.
Tena sizwe, tena sizwe, esimnya sikalela, sikalela, izwele elatatwa, elatatwa abamhlo mabawuyeke mabawuye komhlaba we mabawuyeke mabawuye komhlaba wethu amandla ngawethu. Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me thank the South African Communist Party, led by Comrade Soli Mapaila, for convening this important left conference of the left. And as a church, we want to thank you for inviting us to be part of this conference, to demystify that the communist and the church will never sit in the same room to talk about the future of the country, because the issue out there is that communists hate Christians. And with the invitation that we have received, we have done so much to demystify that communists cannot sit in the same room with Christians. I am from the organization called National Apostolic Church Council of South Africa, which is led by the President, Archbishop Professor Mjela, sitting here there at the back, together with Bishop Slepe, who's the coordinator of the Gauteng province. We are rooted in all provinces, Comrade Soli. We will be inviting the Communist Party and the steering committee and the leadership to address some of our colleagues. We are registered. We've got over 500 churches that are registered with us, and not denomination churches that are registered with the National Apostolic Church Council. We want to say the following, colleagues. 4%, Comrade Soli, of citizens of South Africa own 72% of the land. 4% of citizens of this country own 72% of the land, and these 4% are white. It cannot be normal, it cannot be acceptable. The reason why you find people still living in Alexandria is because of the 4%. They don't want to release the land to the 80% of the people of the country. And therefore, we hope and believe that this conference will come out very strongly around the issue of the land question. The issue of the land question, it affects us as apostolic churches because we are unable to build any church, we are unable to give services to our people. Particularly, our churches are composed of very poor people. And therefore, with the land inequality in South Africa, and we are 32 years into democracy, and we even feel, or the people of South Africa even feel, that democracy is not working for them. Because those who are owning the land, they still have the land, which they don't want to give back to the state. And we believe that the call for the land, it is important, the conference must resolve on it and say, the land must be given to the people. And the state must own the land on behalf of the people, so that when the people need the land, they get the land. In Johannesburg, there's a proposal that they want to sell land in order to raise funds. But we know the working class and poor people will not be able to buy this land because the land is very expensive. And with that, it's going to put our people far to the periphery from the cities where they are working. And I agree with the trade unions when they are saying 40% of salaries of workers is used on transport. And with the land that is going to be sold, it means it's going to take the working class and poor people further from the cities. And therefore, we want to say this conference must make sure that the redistribution of the land, it must take place, and it must be addressed quickly and as soon as possible. Secondly, the issue of the economic inequality. The 5 big banks that we have in this country, which are commercial banks, are not in the hands of the majority of the people of this country. Now, if the banks, the 5 big banks, are not in the hands of the majority of this country, it therefore means the majority of the people of this country are going to remain poor, because the money that they put in these banks, they are unable to use it in order to develop themselves and to put themselves in better position. Because the banks are saying, they look at your pay slip in order for them to be able to give you money in order to start any project. And if the majority of the people don't have money, they are unlikely to succeed in their lives. And therefore, the issue of bank inequality, economic inequality, it has to be addressed. Hence, the call of a state bank, it's a call that we support as the National Apostolic Church Council, that we need a bank that will be run by the state on behalf of the people. Thirdly, colleagues, we want to say the following. We need a leadership that is ethical. Our leaders are stealing from our people. The trust between the leadership and the masses, there is a deficit of that. And the reason why that is happening, you see it in the zone, in the Madlanga commissions, that our people remain in abject poverty while the leadership live lavish lives or luxury lives. And therefore, we want this conference to take a harsh and a strong stance on the issue of corruption in South Africa. Because we can't, when there is corruption in South Africa, it means those leaders are stealing from the ordinary people of this country. And therefore, we want to support that there must be a medium program that is going to come out of this conference, that is going to say what is going to happen tomorrow, what is going to happen the next day. Because if we are not doing that, the right wings are currently mobilizing themselves. They are closing ranks. They are consolidating the power. We are going to experience a situation whereby, as we open our eyes, the land will be back and be run by the right wings. There is a call that the Democratic Alliance, it is doing well, but if you go to Kaelisha, Comrade Soli, and nobody is talking about these things. If you go to Kaelisha, those people are still, before 1994 and now, their material conditions have not changed. And we want to say to the conference, let's take a decision that is going to support poor people. Our people are poor, they are unemployed, they are being treated unequally in South Africa. And if the leadership that is sitting here, which we want to caution, if you make decisions, stick to the decisions that you make. Because leadership must serve the ordinary people. It must not serve themselves. We were shocked to see that the leaders in parliament, they give themselves huge the increases from the salaries that they earn. Why do they have to get increases? If you make yourself available to serve, you can't give yourself a salary while you volunteered to serve. And it is a challenge that we are facing while our people live in abject poverty. The leadership somewhere in Cape Town, when they're sitting there, they sit and make decisions that favors themselves. And therefore, we want to say to this conference that we don't care who leads, Comrade Soli. We want to thank the Communist Party for seeing it fit that our people are facing serious challenges. And particularly yourself and the team, Comrade Masuku, you are being vilified by your comrades in the alliance. They are not here. It is because they are personalizing this as if it is the issue of Comrade Solo and Comrade Madala. But it's the Communist Party that has taken a decision that we need to unite poor people in South Africa. And when we unite poor people in South Africa, we should not unite them for us to benefit as leaders. Who is left, it's not important. What the people say, they need clean water. I remember what Chris Hani was saying. He says socialism, it's simple. Clean water, electricity, free education, that's quality education, roads that are tarred, housing, and that's socialism. And with that, comrades, I want to say this should be the beginning of what it is to come. And as the church, we want to thank you for inviting us. We will be able to be supporting all the programs that are going to be done. Thank you very much.
I must say, this made me think back to days when liberation theology was really alive and well and active in South Africa. And I must say, it's really good to feel the religious community coming back vociferously into the left, and particularly raising the issue around ethical leadership. That has to be something that we really do take forward. Comrades, as I indicated, we have 3 remaining speakers. We are going to ask the 3 comrades to come forward to the platform so that we can move through them quickly. We are taking a ZAPA Women's Organization in Mbeleko, Comrade Dudu Shabe. We are taking the All African People's Revolutionary Party, Professor John Tremble, and we are going to end with an input from Focus. We cannot be closing this plenary session without hearing the issue of Cuba being put very solidly back on the table. So if we could ask those 3 speakers to please come forward. Comrade Dudu, come and take the stage.
Socialism kitebe, 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 rizamaya libiko, rizamaya libiko, rizamaya libiko, rizamaya amandla, amandla, viva socialism, viva. Phansi nge-imperialism, phansi. Phansi nge-neocolonialism, phansi. Phansi nge-afrophobia, phansi. Phansi nge-xenophobia, phansi. Forward with the struggle of black women, forward. Greetings to you, comrades. Greetings to you, Comrade Solima Paila. As Azapo women, we really want to thank you for inviting us as Azapo women. And we know that it has not been very easy for you to organize this conference, but you have done it. One of our aims My name is Dudu Shaba. I am the Deputy President of the Azanian People's Organization, and I am the Women's President of Azapo in Belego. Mandla! Comrades, the Azanian revolution is a continuation of the struggle of black people in Azania for national self-determination. And as women of Azapo, black women, we view socialism as an instrument for the resolution of the class contradictions as they manifest themselves in the black conditions in Azania. These class contradictions have their genesis in the evolution of the global system of capitalism. Socialism is therefore a weapon in the fight against domestic and global forms of capitalism and all related forms of oppression, arising from our understanding of the nature and character of the Azanian revolution. We black women of Azania commit to fight for the land to be returned to its rightful owners, who are black people. Phambili ngezwe lethu, phambili. We also commit to work towards the establishment of an independent working class movement that is free from bourgeois influences. We commit to mobilize and to form alliances with organizations whose objectives are similar to ours, and together actively fight against racism, capitalism, neocolonialism, xenophobia, patriarchy, and all forms of exploitation against black people. To ensure that we remain focused on our vision, we, the black people of Azania, will be guided by the principles of anti-sexism, anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, anti-colonialism, anti-liberalism, anti-sexism, anti-patriarchy, anti-xenophobia. You see, we are anti, so it has already defined who we are. We are the left. So when we are not anti, it means that we are still not yet sure of who you are. Comrades, the struggle to liberate black people cannot be complete without the liberation of black women. So let our unity be complete too. We cannot have 90% of men in this unity, and we have 10% that my comrade from the Progressive Women's Organization has highlighted. Referring to violence against black women, because of its inherent violence, racist, capitalist nature, South Africa is a violently anti-black country. Therefore, the violence that black women are subjected to, mainly by men in their homes and their communities, has its origin in the violent structures of the South African economy. And looking at the form of state, after 1994, South Africa has maintained the Bantustan system in the form of provinces. This was meant to give the impression of the real freedom that the black majority and maintain the strategy of the divide and rule through the entrenchment of ethnic stereotypes, which persist under the current revised structure. Comrades, we need to campaign for the abolishment of the current provincial government and install a unitary state which seeks to foster a unifying national consciousness that moves away from balkanization of our Azania and building one Azania, one nation, one people, one country. One Azania, one nation. Coming to the issue of the land, comrades, history has shown that the majority of liberation structures all over the world were based on the land reconquest. Land, even in our country, is not only a repository of precious minerals, it is a foundation of people's identity, an embodiment of a people's dignity, people's culture, worth, and collective memory. As Black women, we need to lead the campaign to have the land returned to its rightful owners. Black people to ensure that such land distribution doesn't re-entrench the oppression of Black women. And looking at the economy, historically, free market capitalism has consistently failed to facilitate the equitable distribution of wealth and land, and can therefore never be held up as the savior of Black people. We are committed to a social economic model that will primarily address itself to the Azanian context and seek to promote national economic development by prioritizing the distribution of wealth to the Black majority, and land will be a primary factor in this redistribution. Black people with disabilities suffer multiple forms of hardships and form part of the most vulnerable section of the Black community. And for this reason, in all our inventions and programs, we will, as Black women of Azania, ensure that this section of our Black community is treated with dignity. This includes the LGBTIQ+ persons. We will also lead campaigns and projects for quality health and education. We are aware that it's not going to be easy, and that the road towards a truly liberated Azania is paved with a manner of dangers. So where does this lead us to? A call for unity in the name of socialism. We need to collapse the system, this system and its constitution, and draft our own constitution, not the constitution that is informed by the Berlin Conference. We need to fight to change the constitutional culture of the system that keeps women and Black women in bondage. The reality is that the core values of the present 1996 constitutional architecture is similar to the apartheid one, with a lot of ameliorations relating to the many freedoms, the periodic vote that poor are expected to participate, to keep their system functioning, to keep the rich. Comrades, the dignity of Black women and the dignity of Black people lies in their land. Amandla! 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 Amandla!
Thank you very much for a very powerful input that focuses us all on the issue of the gender question. Comrades, we're now going to take the presentation from the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and we will then close this session with a presentation by the Friends of Cuba Society. Prof. John Trimble.
I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this very important conference. And I'm going to only highlight a few points from my presentation that I prepared and I'll have a written copy for any of those interested in the full text. The All-African People's Revolutionary Party, APRP, is the approach to organizing presented by Kwame Nkrumah in his Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare in 1968. We are continuing the work for Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism, coordinated by Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, and Amilcar Cabral, by organizing political education circles across Africa and the diaspora. Nkrumah pointed out that the formation of imperialism that has infested Africa today is neocolonialism. The combination of financial manipulation, multinational corporate control, CIA interference, capitalist media domination, and sellout leaders has continued the underdevelopment across Africa. The most effective approach to combat neocolonialism is for a coordinated effort by the left to work together toward world communism. The most logical and effective approach at this stage for us is working for Pan-Africanism. My comrades yesterday and today have presented various useful points of engagement that address what we must do here in Azania. The points of engagement the APRP will stress are continental and global. First, the continental agenda. We stand firmly with the people of Guinea-Bissau in their demand for the immediate and unconditional release of PAIGC President Domingos Pereira and all citizens illegally detained, the cessation of military hostility. All military troops must return to the barracks and refrain from participating in subversion of the democratic process. And lastly, the electoral process must move forward with the official proclamation of the vote count that took place in November of 2025. It's important for us to stand solidly with the party of Cabral in our efforts across the continent. Second, we must end the absolute monarchy of King Mswati III and bring democracy to Swaziland. Third, we must end Morocco's occupation of Sahrawi and bring independence to the Sahrawi. Fourth, we must dismantle AFRICOM and remove all foreign bases from Africa. Fifth, we believe it's important to organize to end imperialist sanctions, and to do that we call on a focus for mobilizing around Anti-Sanctions Day every year, October 25th. Six, we call for land reclamation across Africa from Azania, Namibia to Kenya. The left must engage the Pan-African Parliament on these points and place them on the agenda of the Pan-African Parliament. The APRP is taking this on as a project, and we're engaging with Pan-African Parliament members in the different countries from Ghana to Kenya to here that we are organizing. And we call on the left to stand with us on this. International agenda. First of all, the support for Palestine. Our position is a one-state solution, where we call for the immediate closure of all Israeli embassies, starting here in Azania. Azania must stop all fuel and coal shipments to Israel. Secondly, the end of the blockade of Cuba. There must be immediate efforts to assist in providing fuel and humanitarian aid. Third, the end of sanctions on Venezuela and the immediate release of President Maduro and first combatant Flores. Fourth, the end to the U.S. Zionist war on Iran, the lifting of sanctions, and we demand imperialists pay war reparations for the damage they've done. We believe that Africa must develop a truly revolutionary intelligentsia. But what is revolution? It's a drastic change that improves the world. What is required of revolutionaries? Discipline, patience, sacrifice, and fearlessness. And most importantly, a willingness to combat and to commit class suicide and dedicate one's life to communism. The left must recognize the need to build a truly revolutionary African intelligentsia. This requires all revolutionary political parties and revolutionary organizations to engage in revolutionary activity on university campuses. We must organize students. They have historically been a spark for revolution. Their numbers across Africa are growing exponentially. The African Youth Bulge will play a significant role in future organizing. They are an increasing percentage on college campuses. A battle of ideas is being waged in classrooms, pulpits, newsprint, social media, and in the streets. Capitalist forces dominate this battle today, polluting the minds of our people. We must shore up our ranks of the revolutionary intelligentsia to turn the tide on this battle and win the hearts and minds of the working classes. While students are the spark, it is the masses that make history. The workers will lead the revolution. Women toiling on the land, peasants and workers on plantations, farms, and mines and factories across Africa must be educated, mobilized, and organized. We must seize this opportunity. Developing a revolutionary African intelligentsia to wage the battle of ideas is the task of our time. Pan-Africanist and communist forces seizing the University Melu as a training ground for organizing militants to reach out to all other sectors is our task for today. We stand ready for revolution.
Thank you very much. We are ready for a revolution, I hope. Comrades, we're moving to our last of this session. Can I call on Focus to please address the plenary?
Amandla, Amandla, long live the undying spirit of Fidel Castro, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Che Guevara, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Steve Biko, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Nelson Mandela, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Julius Nyerere, long live. Amandla. Thank you, comrades. Dear Chairperson of the session and the leadership, Comrade Soli of the South African Communist Party, would like to thank you for inviting Friends of Cuba Society to be part of this historic Conference of the Left. My name is Clever Banganai, the Deputy General Secretary of Friends of Cuba Society in South Africa. Revolutionary greetings from the Friends of Cuba Society in South Africa. We stand before you today in this historic Conference of the Left, inspired by the theme Building a Left Movement for Working Class and Popular Power. We commend the SACP and the steering committee for creating this urgent overdue platform. As we gather here at a time of the capitalist crisis, it is clear that the working class unity is not just a choice, it is our only path to genuine liberation and socialist transformation. But comrades, as we discuss rebuilding popular power here at home, our internationalist duty calls us to look across the oceans. The true leftist solidarity knows no border. For over 6 decades, the heroic people of Cuba have stood as a shining beacon of what is possible when the working class takes control of its own country and its destiny. Despite being a small island nation, Cuba has sent doctors, teachers, revolutionaries all over the world to each and every corner of the world on our soil even during our dark times of apartheid. They are still doing it even today. Cuba has trained many of our doctors, our teachers, our engineers that are now working in our hospitals and in our industry. Yet today, Cuba faces its most brutal challenge. The criminal unilateral economic blockade imposed by United States imperialism is not just a trade restriction. It is a deliberate suffocating act of economic warfare designed to starve a sovereign people into submission. To make matters worse, the United States continues to cynically, baselessly include Cuba on its list of state sponsors of terrorism, a designation that severely cuts off Cuba access to global finance, food, and vital medicine. And lately, they also have been cut off the oil trade. I know most comrades know the recent oil blockade that has been imposed by Donald Trump on Cuba. Our pledge to this conference, the Friends of Cuba Society formally pledges to work alongside the newly established Council of the Left and every formation in this room to intensify the campaign against the US blockade, international blockade. International solidarity cannot just be a slogan to shout, it must be a core pillar of common program of action. For that, we call on this conference of the left to explicitly resolve to demand the immediate and removal of the US blockade on Cuba and also the removal of Cuba on the list of the state sponsors of terrorism. We want the conference to resolve to mobilize our unions, our youth formation and community structures, religious formations to educate people on the impact of the blockade on the people of Cuba. We also want to pledge that there is strengthened material support and political solidarity with the Cuban Revolution, fundamentally part of our anti-imperialist struggle. We pledge all the organizations that are here to go back and mobilize their community to pledge material support to Cuba at this time of their need. Comrades, we also want to ask this conference to resolve that the South African government must enact a bill which we will call Cuba Solidarity Bill that will allow the South African government to send humanitarian materials to Cuba without being taken to court by AfriForum and also any other organization that wants to pledge solidarity with Cuba to do that without fear of being persecuted. Comrades, the belly of the imperialist beast wants to crush Cuba because Cuba proves that a better socialist world is possible. By defending Cuba, we are defending the very future we are trying to build here in South Africa. Down with criminal blockade on Cuba, unconditional solidarity with the people of Cuba. Long live the South African Communist Party, and long live the Conference of the Left. Amandla, Amandla, down with imperialism, down with the blockade. Thank you, comrades.
I've just tried to negotiate that we can keep the flag here. Comrades, I would like to express appreciation to all of the voices that we've heard this morning. They're voices that have really enriched the conference. We would, as a steering committee, like to apologize for us not having ensured that all of the voices were put down properly onto the program, but we have tried to adjust as we move forward, and I appreciate the fact that participants in this conference have reminded us when we have not created that space. What I would remind also all of the comrades who have made statements to the Conference of the Left, we are requiring them to be handed in so that they can be loaded onto our website. The sooner that you hand them in, the sooner they go onto the website. Comrade Tebogo will receive the statements and ensure that the process is taken forward. Comrades, as we move from a session that has reminded us of our past, reminded us of our future, located us as South Africa in our African continent and in the global world, we have had to also adjust our program. We are now going to be moving to the session plenary 2 on the present conjuncture, and I would ask Comrade Rob, Comrade Vijay, and Comrade Fred to please come forward to be ready for that. We will then take the lunch break, but we are asking that we really have a very short lunch break so that we are able to take the plenary 3 session, which will be on rebuilding the left and on the crisis of South African capitalism, the tasks of the left, immediately after lunch, and then break for commissions, hopefully by 15:45, and that we will then, after supper, have a session in which we will receive commission reports, so enabling the drafting team to then be able to extract issues from the commission reports. In all of the statements that have been made today, yesterday and today, there have also been very concrete proposals or concrete demands, issues that the drafting team has been noting and will also be picking up on those issues. So, comrades, we will now move. Could we ask that the speakers for this session are accommodated in the front row of the table? I think if we can just all squeeze up, we can do that. And then we'll be able to move effectively into it. I'm hoping that the media team is also ready to enable us to project any presentations onto the screen, and that we've got a remote control for people to be able to control their own presentations rather than having to say, next slide, no, not that one, the back slide. Aha, Comrade Rob. Here is the... So, comrades, I'm going to try and allow as much free flow in this process as possible. We will be taking, first of all, Comrade Rob's presentation on the global political economy, and we will then ask 2 international voices, Comrade Vijay Prashad and Comrade Fred Membe, to speak. After that, can I correct what I said earlier? Comrade Fred is from the Socialist Party of Zambia. And then we will allow that to free flow so that we don't take time with me interrupting the presentation. So I'm handing over to Comrade Rob.
No, thanks very much, Comrade Jenny. Comrades, I have some slides, and I'm just trying to work through how the technology works. But in the meantime, let me try to say what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to present a political economy of, well, the emerging global conjuncture, because I think it's critically important that we dig beneath the phenomena that we see from time to time, manifest, among other things, in the aggression directed against Cuba, which we just heard about, which, let me say, my reading of this and what I've seen is that this is a step-by-step process that's aimed at, ultimately, at removing the progressive government in Cuba and replacing it by one which is more amenable to U.S. imperialism. As the slide, I have a longish presentation which I'm not going to give in detail, but I hope it will be in the conference documents and that anyone who wants to look at it can look at it. I want to start by just referring to an insider from Finance Capital who really owned up in front of the assembled world bourgeoisie at the Davos World Economic Forum meeting in January this year, and that is Mark Carney, who is currently the Prime Minister of Canada. And Mark Carney said that the rules-based international order, he said that was a quote-unquote pleasant fiction, a pleasant fiction which belied the reality that the rich and the powerful just opted out of any rules they saw as inconvenient and applied them asymmetrically towards the poor and vulnerable people in the world. He then went on to say that this pleasant fiction, this world system that he talked about, was now being disrupted and ruptured by the actions of the Trump administration. I think we can have reasons to doubt the idea that this fiction was in any way pleasant, I think we can also doubt that this was just due to the actions of the Trump administration, but I think it's an indication that things are changing. I want you to go to, I can't see my slides up, I don't think they're coming up. So let me just refer myself as I speak. I think that the more accurate way of actually trying to look at where we are is really through the eyes of a quotation, a very well-known quotation from a very well-known Marxist, Antonio Gramsci. And I think we all know the quotation, "The old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum there arises a great diversity of morbid symptoms." And I think this well describes the global epoch that we are in. What is dying is not imperialism per se, but a particular form of imperialism which has basically existed in the period from the 1980s up until more or less the present. That's what is dying. The new is not yet born. There's an enormous struggle and contestation. We heard yesterday that multipolarity does not mean socialism, absolutely not. What the multipolar world order may or may not look like is not yet established. It is being struggled over, and it could go in various directions, and it could have different kind of implications for working classes around the world. And I think that as this is unfolding, what we've got is a series of morbid symptoms in various forms and shapes. And so I think that this is the essence of it. So we can see that the erstwhile global hegemon, the US, which basically, and I think the important thing about, again, to go back to Gramsci, hegemony doesn't just mean brute force, it means ideological consent. The ideological hegemon, the global hegemon, the United States, is actually losing power and influence. It's in decline as China is rising, and also as we are seeing the emergence not just of a contending global power, or maybe more than one, maybe Russia as well, but we also see the emergence of a series of regional powers in a more multipolar order. This is something which I think is shaping the global political economy. Now, I think that, so we've seen an increasing contestation between the US and its allies on the one hand, China and other potential or actual upstarts, as I would call them, on the other hand. And this is leading to economic competition becoming economic warfare, which is leading to bloc formation, security contestation, and actually outright war. And this is occurring in the context of a global capitalism which is immersed in what some people are calling a polycrisis, a series of interlinked crises. So we've got stagflation, which is a combination of economic stagnation and inflation, where we are seeing basically we are way behind the curve of addressing the global existential crisis of the threat of catastrophic climate change. We are seeing that this is leading to extreme weather events in all sorts of places around the world. We're seeing things like the advance of digital technology in the direction of artificial intelligence, which have got manifold and very significant implications for the organization of work, but even potentially for humanity's control over a technology which could eventually become self-replicating. And I think this is the reality that we're in. Now, what I want to argue, and I'm going to skip through very quickly in the past, but what we have seen is that an imperialist system goes through a period of time when it enters into a crisis. It then restructures itself, and then we have another system that lasts for some period of time into the next crisis, and then there's the next period of restructuring. And I just want to mention that the system that we've just come out of was itself the product of a crisis. And it was a crisis of the system that came in after the crisis of the 1930s and the end of the Second World War. So the end of the Second World War saw the victorious powers over Nazi Germany and Japan coming together and forming a United Nations system, but then dividing. The Soviet Union on the one side and its allies, and the Western powers on the other side. Now the Soviet Union established in the end its own set of economic institutions, the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance. It formed its own security organization known as the Warsaw Pact. The United States and its allies formed NATO, and there was both of them were nuclear armed, and they by and large avoided a conflict between the two of them, but there were many, many indirect wars and conflicts that took place between them during this period. But economically, I think what's quite important is that there was a conference in 1944 called the Bretton Woods Conference. It created some institutions, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. It agreed to set up an international trade organization, but that didn't come into existence, something a bit weaker than that came into existence, to promote trade liberalization. But the essence of this was that the system was dominated by the thinkings of Keynesianism, John Maynard Keynes. And so it was based on a fixed exchange rate system where the US dollar was pegged to, there was a gold price pegged to the US dollar of $35 an ounce for gold, transferable through banks but not by individuals. And there was supposed to be stable exchange rates for countries pegging their currency to the value of the dollar. And then there was to be a system of helping countries that had balance of payments problems with some resources to be able to overcome those and to avoid competitive devaluations. I think it's quite important because the dollar assumes a centrality in the system. That changes, and I'll mention that very briefly. And then the World Bank was to reconstruct Europe after the Second World War. One of the things that we also need to notice is this was the period of decolonization. And I think that the model that emerged is the model we see in the world now. Yesterday, the CIC of the EFF quoted from Kwame Nkrumah, and he quoted about the idea that the essence of neocolonialism is that the state, the post-colonial state as it might be called, has all the trappings of sovereignty, but actually its economic system and its policy is directed from the outside. That's what he said yesterday, and of course I want to just carry on with that quotation a bit. Why was that the case? Because Nkrumah says, why is that the case? It's because it is a way of ensuring that these now independent colonies are going to actually continue to play the role which they've always played of supplying unprocessed raw materials used in the markets of the colonial powers in the same way that they did under colonialism. They will provide cheap raw materials to support industrialization, and they would not be industrializing themselves. That was the essence of the argument. Now, I think what we need to also note is that at the end of the Second World War, the European colonial empires had become much weakened. There were a series of struggles, including armed struggles in Asian countries, in African countries, which made the costs of maintaining direct rule inexorable for empires that were actually in decline. But the US also had its own model, which it developed in South America. And this is the model we've got now. It was to allow formal political independence, but then to ensure that there were various points of entry to make sure that those countries continued to play that role in this division of labor. And what were they? Well, first of all, it was a series of trade, aid, investment relations that would hem you in and ensure that you continue to be suppliers of raw materials and that you did not challenge the position of the global north by embarking on transformative industrialization. But then, of course, behind that was if you failed to conform, then there was sanctions, embargoes, and in the end of the day, destabilization and wars. Now, there's a series of studies that are now being done. How many interventions did the US make in countries over this period? And the answer is hundreds. And many of them actually came during the period, during the end of the Cold War, after the decline of the Soviet Union in the 1990s. Now this system, and I'm not going to rush through this system entered into crisis in the 1970s. Many parallels with the system that we have now. Many parallels. First of all, there was stagflation first emerging. Keynesian economics seemed unable to resolve this. The idea that you must spend when you're in a recession to create full employment, that was not solving the underlying crises. Capitalism was, in fact, in deep trouble. At the same, I think we shouldn't forget, by the way, that the strikes in Durban that started the resurgence of the trade union movement happened during this period. Wages had been stagnant, cost of living was rising, and workers went out on strike and actually smashed through all the restrictions and so on that apartheid had put in place to prevent black workers from organizing. And then the other thing that happened was you had a Middle East war. And the Middle East war was a war in which the countries of the Gulf, differently from now, they actually said, okay, you're on the side of Israel, we're going to withhold oil supplies. And they created a crisis. Before that, there'd been a run on the gold reserves of the United States by central banks, which could convert their dollar holdings into gold at $35 an ounce. And the threat of this was that the US wouldn't have the supplies of gold. And so Nixon abandoned the gold exchange standard. The price of gold went up. The dollar was sitting free floating. But it's quite relevant now because what happened was that in the course of this war, the US managed to do a deal with Saudi Arabia. We will provide security for you. In return for this, you guarantee, and the rest of you working together in OPEC guarantee that sales of oil will be denominated in US dollars. It's called the petrodollar system. And this is actually the thing that's now being challenged in the current war in Iran. The petrodollar system has ensured that every other country which imports oil has got to have holdings of dollars, and it's this that has sustained the US in its position. But what also happened was that you had right-wing governments coming in and saying that what needs to happen is we need to abolish this entire system of Keynesianist economics, and we need to go back into free market fundamentalism, which we call neoliberalism. The state, which had been tolerated, in fact encouraged, even by bourgeois interests, to run what we now call network industries, because the bourgeoisie did not want those to be run by profit-seeking institutions which are going to push up the price of services to the bourgeoisie. They were content that the state did it, ran electricity, water, railroads, airlines, airports, all of that, network industries. Suddenly this becomes, under the pressure of right-wing ideologies, becomes something which is up for privatization. The other thing that happens is we are seeing important structural changes take place in the way capitalism is organized. So first of all, you have, and I've been using a quotation which comes from Eric Hobsbawm. He talks about transnational capital. Transnational capital starts to become increasingly important and influential. And what's the difference between a transnational operation of capital and an international operation of capital? Well, under an international mode of operation, the home country is the critical center of your operations, and you then move into operations outside. Under transnationalism, of course, you still want your home government to defend you and all that, and you want other governments to play roles to let you come in, But the national identity and states in national areas are no longer the basic framework for economic activity, but often a complicating factor. You have the development of ICT. And ICT, information communications technology, allows an interconnectivity between global value chains and the emergence of globally networked capital across the world. And this drives a push towards what many are now calling hyper-globalization, which means globalization on steroids. The pushing for free movement of capital, free movement of technology, free movement of goods and services across national borders, but not free movement of labor. And so you get this system which we associate of neoliberalism. But comrades, there's something else that's critically important that happens. We have the financialization of capitalism that takes place during this time. What is this? This financialization is not just the growth of the financial sector. Lenin talked about the link of banking capital and industrial capital as giving rise to finance capital at the time of the end of the 19th century, early 20th century. But what we got now is we've got the financial sector, instead of now providing services for the accumulation by the underlying productive capitals, is now preying on them. And we've seen a huge diversion of value and surplus value from productive sector capitals into financial capital. And this is taking place in a way in which even non-financial capitals are forced for an increasing part of their profit to engage in financial transactions. Share deals, share transactions, all these kind of things become an increasingly important part of accumulation by non-financial companies. Individuals, too, start to be forced through a loop where you have to engage in an increasing range of financial transactions as public services start to be cut. And so what you get is you get this phenomenon of an increasing dislocation of financial activities and financialization from the productive sectors, and where important economies start to lose their industrial capacity without any concern because they think they're in a post-industrial period, and which in fact they undergo de-industrialization. Now, that happens. That happens on an increasing scale around the world. Countries like the US, Britain, go through this. And of course, there's a whole range of policy directives and a big ideological push, because this is a time when not only have we seen a shift into the right, but we've also seen the fall of the Soviet Union, the rise to the US of the position of the only global power, and the projection of this as a very significant moment in which ideological dominance and hegemony is established. And I have a little extract from a book which was right at the time and much read by establishment circles in South Africa, by the way. It's a book by someone who's a New York Times journalist called Thomas Friedman. It's called The Lexus and the Olive Tree. And what Friedman basically says, he said, well, the Cold War's been won. There's only one game in town, and you're either in it or you relegated to the world of the olive tree instead of the world of the luxury motor vehicle, the Lexus. What you have to do is he says, you have to put on the golden straitjacket. You have to conform to the rules of the game. The rules of the game are you prioritize your macroeconomic policy ratios, that you ensure that you are within those bounds, you are involved in privatization, liberalization, opening up your economy, and if you do that, then he says the electronic herds are going to love you, and they're going to pump tons and tons of money in, and you're going to be into the world of the Lexus. This, I think, to use the words of Mark Carney, was a fiction, whether pleasant or otherwise. And I think that what I really want to say is that this was associated, this world was associated with a widespread embracing of those policies. What did it lead to? It led to a world in which the powerful corporations, but particularly the finance corporations, but also to the pioneers and eventual monopolizers of ICT technology, started to reap super profits on a scale which was previously unprecedented, and I've got some figures for this, at the same time as you had wage suppression in both the developed and developing world, in which middle classes, so-called, find themselves into greater economic insecurity, and which Oxfam used to tell us every year that a few thousand US dollar billionaires own more wealth than half the world's population. That's the world that we've been in. Now, I think what's important, comrades, is that this was domesticated into the South African political economy. Whether out of conviction, and sometimes it was out of conviction, or whether out of a sense that there was no alternative, this is what we bought into in the period after the 1990s. And so we bought into a few things. The first one, and I think probably most important for us to think about, because it's hardly ever thought through, is the importation of something called new public management. So the SACP actually made a submission on this to the Zondo Commission. New public management was this idea that the state is inherently incapable of providing services better than private profit-seeking capital. And therefore the role of the state is to disgorge itself of those, is to outsource all of those services to private capital. And what you do in the meantime is you turn your sectors, parts of your governmental and public institutions, you turn them from direct providers of services into procurers of services from private capital. Well, where's the interface of corruption in South Africa? It's precisely that, procurement. And that's the issue. That's one of the issues. That importation was important. The second one, of course, was the gear package. The gear package was based on the idea of the Thomas Friedman model I told you, that if we have macroeconomic policies that appeal to foreign investors, they're going to love us and they're going to come in. So if you look carefully at the gear model, which I did at the time, there's nothing to drive 6% growth and 400,000 new jobs a year. Nothing, except the idea is that foreign capital likes the macroeconomic reforms and responds by pushing in large quantums of foreign investment. That's what it was about. Since then, we've gone into another model. We've migrated from, the mention was made about the National Treasury document. The National Treasury document, I think, comrades, represents the National Treasury of 2019 document, which is guiding our current economic policies. It represents a shift from what's often called the Washington consensus to the Wall Street consensus. What is that? The Washington consensus I've already described. Get your macroeconomic ratios right and all will be followed. The Wall Street consensus says do that, but then there's something more you need to do. What you need to do is you need to de-risk investments by private capital in network industries. You need to go out and provide incentives so that private capital, profit-seeking capital, is going to be able to obtain as much by investing in your water sector or whatever it is, as it is in financial speculation. How do you do that? You either offer them incentives, or you offer them incentives plus you allow them to restructure their activities so that they provide services to the rich and not to the poor. That's what you do. And I think that this model is just held out as turning billions into trillions. It's called blended finance. It's called all sorts of things like that, public-private partnerships, all of that. Where it has been applied, the universal outcome has been it is a high-cost, low-yield outcome. I think that is the picture of where we've got into. And we've embraced a huge ton of this, and this is the current situation we've been. The other thing is, if we think we haven't had any kind of structural change since 1994, we're kidding ourselves. We've financialized. In 1994, the contribution of financial services to GDP was about 6%. It's over 20% now. The biggest and most significant capitals in South Africa, including the banks, but not only, are banks and fund managers. The total, Duma Kumbuli will tell us that the total amount of assets under management by South African financial institutions is 3 times the GDP. They are not in an investment strike. They're just not investing in the productive sector of South Africa. They're investing abroad in all sorts of things. That's where we are at the moment. And we are seeing, there have been studies of Sasol and ShopRite, which have shown that they are increasingly engaged in financial transactions as a significant and growing part of their profitability. We've seen the transition from defined benefit pension funds to defined contribution, which have meant huge funds are generated for management of all the savings that workers and others make for retirement. All of this, and debt-funded consumption. And this is giving rise to a huge, important change. Another thing linked to that is that we've seen finance capital become the dominant fraction of capital in South Africa, as it is in the US, as it is in Britain, and various other places which have become highly financialized. They dominate decision-making. They are the dominant part of the bourgeoisie in South Africa. They are the ones that determine macroeconomic policy decisions and so on. Why do they want orthodox ones? Because they want to play in the US market and they want to be seen as attractive to US institutions and so on. That's where we've been. That's where we've come from. Now, I want to just say that I haven't got no time to go through any of this, but that this system is now in deep crisis. In deep crisis because it's entered itself into a manifold crises. The first one was the so-called Great Recession of 2007-8, and then crises since then, never got out of it. The other one is that we've had the rise of China. China's rise happened to take place over the 30 years as neoliberalism was unfolding, but it did not conform to the policy playbook of neoliberalism. In fact, it followed industrial policy. It had a serious industrial policy framework and has now emerged not just as an industrial power, but as a technological leader in ICT technology, artificial intelligence, and also in green technology, low carbon technologies and products. That's what we've had. What has this led? It's led to, from Western imperialism, a march to economic warfare. What we've seen is what Carney was talking about, opting out of rules that are inconvenient. But this is now increasingly a trend line. And so I want to refer to a book that is written, it's available in the bookshops here. I picked it up purely by accident, by an insider in the US called Edward Fishman. He wrote a book called Choke Points. And what's happened is he's defining that under the ideology of neoliberalism, there were supposed to be win-win outcomes, and we would celebrate the rise of China because it was a testimony to the virtues of free markets. Now, they are seen as competitors, and they're out-competing the US. And so what's happening now is you're turning to try to basically contest them. And you're contesting them by moving into identifying strategic areas and moving into a strategic hold. What's happening is that this guy Fishman argues that this transition to economic warfare is as profound as was the change from the Bretton Woods system to neoliberalism. Now, what does it involve? It started off with, I think it's quite interesting, sanctions against Iran. So the US was imposing sanctions against Iran, but the Europeans weren't. So they went and told the European governments that they should do so. They weren't getting any headway. They discovered that the banks was a chokehold because all the banks wanted to be involved with the United States. And they went to these banks and they told them, we know you're involved in transactions with Iran. You want to carry on working with us? You get out of these transactions with Iran. Comrades, that's why we do not send significant amounts of aid through governmental sources to Cuba. That's why we don't trade with Iran, because the banks and financial institutions in South Africa are in exactly the same position, and none of them will pick up a transaction involving any country that's subject to sanctions in the US. That has led into the Biden administration described this as small yards and high walls and friendshoring. Small yards and high walls meant, well, we're basically having free trade, but in some sectors, chips, green technologies in the case of the Biden administration, finance, and various other things, we will no longer be willing to abide by the rules of free trade. We're going to block and manage. We're going to secure from our friends, and we're going to impose penalties against our adversaries. That's what they've said. And I think what's happened is, and I don't have time to go through this, is that the Trump administration has put this on steroids. What they've made clear is that in their tariff regime, there are two things. One is they are blocking the entry of value-added products into their markets, and the Europeans are doing something similar in the name of preserving their green credentials, things like the carbon border adjustment mechanism. The second thing they're doing is they're exempting raw materials, and they're involved in a scramble for raw materials deals on the African continent. They're withholding our possibility of exporting value-added products, making them much less capable than we had in the past, and at the same time, they're scrambling for our raw materials. The most recent one I came across, I think, tells the story. As we know, the US government pulled PEPFAR funding, AIDS funding, across the continent. They've turned around to Zambia and they said, you supply us with raw copper, and we will restore some of the PEPFAR funding. It is an absolutely self-directed, no pretense at there being any kind of win-win. It is an attempt to restructure trade relations to the partisan advantage of the United States. At the same time, they're going into war. I think we should notice two things about the security dimension there. I don't have time. I was also going to talk about climate change. I just want to make a couple of points before I finish. One is the US has got this new version of the Monroe Doctrine, which some people are calling the Donroe Doctrine. And what does this mean? It means the Monroe Doctrine said that the Americas are our sphere of influence. From the southern cone to Canada, including Greenland, including the Caribbean. It's our sphere of influence. The original Monroe Doctrine was nobody else must establish any military presence and so on and so forth. We'll tolerate governments. Any of you get into league with the European power, we're going to intervene. That was the original Monroe Doctrine. The Donroe Doctrine is going a bit further. It's saying the resources, the contracts, the personal enrichment of the president and his family is ours. We can take Venezuelan oil if we feel like it. We can take any of your resources. Any contracts to improve the Panama Canal is going to be US companies that are going to do it. That's what they say. And I think that this is where Cuba is particularly vulnerable. Comrades, I think there can be no doubt in my mind that particularly given the outcome of the war in Iran, they're going to go for Cuba, and they've already announced it's a step-by-step escalation to remove the government of Cuba. That's what it's about. The other one, of course, is that they have been under the tutelage of the Israeli settler regime, which has gone through its massacre in Palestine, in Gaza. They have now got themselves into this war in Iran. What's interesting about the war in Iran is that the Iranians have turned this chokehold on its head, because they've gone for asymmetrical warfare. They haven't tried to attack the US battlefield. They've actually gone for the economic chokehold of the Straits of Hormuz, with a threat that if there's any escalation, they'll hit not just oil infrastructure, but oil production. And I think this is where we are. And so, comrades, we're in at the very least, we're going to go through a period of increased economic recession with higher prices. And, we were told just before this, look through the microscope, you'll see there's green shoots. You know, this big infrastructure thing that we've been promised for 6 years that we don't see anything about. This is just around the corner. The markets are looking up. This is what we were told. Well, I think the green shoots are gone completely. And we are going into a period of deeper and deeper immiseration of our people. As we know, poverty, unemployment, and inequality are high and rising. And those are going to be features, even as we go through the transition to AI. The transition to AI is not just going to remove jobs from low-skilled people. It's going to remove many, many jobs from highly skilled and trained people. And I don't think we're remotely coping with any of this. So I really wanted to finish with a few things about, we have a bit of a debate about whether we talk about an NDR or something, but I don't think that we can remotely conceive of advancing the NDR unless it's rooted in a strong anti-imperialist element. It must be rooted in that. The second thing is I think that we should surely be able to demonstrate to our people that cozying up to the United States, the European Union, I think, is a spent force, but cozying up to them is manifestly not going to yield us any results. The US is in seeking partisan advantage for itself. It doesn't give a damn about us. And then I think that we need to recognize something else, which is probably something we don't take too much account of. That is that all the multilateral institutions in the world, from the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Trade Organization, are in deep crisis. And not only are they in deep crisis, they are being contested. The US has not done what it did under the first Trump administration, just walk away from them. It hasn't done that. It's gone in and it's demanding they be restructured to its partisan advantage. So I think the potentiality is that we take a step back. We need to engage and inform ourselves much more about what's going on in the debates about the reform of the World Trade Organization. Terrible directions that the World Trade Organization would move in. And I think this is the problem. We've lost space as Africa. But I think that there's a bit of good news, and that is that some of the rules that prevented us from industrializing and things like that have now become weakened. So, for example, World Trade Organization rules about against beneficiation are now no longer enforceable in the way they once were. And a country like Indonesia has actually found the way of saying, you're not going to get our raw nickel. You have to come and manufacture it, and you have to come and add value to it and beneficiate it. And they've had a 30-fold increase in earnings from the nickel value chain by doing that. And even though the European Union took them to the WTO, they managed to kick it into the long grass because there's no appellate body. There's increasing policy space. We've got to move in that direction. What I think we've got to do is I think we've got to find our way into transforming the African continental free trade area from a trade arrangement into a tool for industrialization on a bigger scale. More inclusive. The African continental free trade area is equivalent to the 8th largest economy in the world. There's now a live debate, actually, about moving it in that direction. I mean, I'm on the advisory council. The Secretary General is an open door. Is the left there? Are progressive forces there? I don't know. I don't see them very much, and sometimes when I go to those meetings. And I think that's where we need to go. The second thing is we need to be supporting these alternatives to US systems that are evident in some of the work that's been done within the BRICS. You know, sometimes I see these things and my heart sinks. When we see these things about, you know, we're going to move away from trade in dollars, we're going to move into these other mechanisms, and then someone comes and says, is South Africa in support of de-dollarization? And I hear from the Treasury, oh, no, it's just about this. Yeah, we are the laggards in this. We are the founder members of BRICS, and yet I think we are the laggards behind China, Russia, certainly Brazil as well. And I think that's the problem that we've got, and yet this is the way forward. So, you know, aligning ourselves in this conjuncture with US imperialism or succumbing to it or hoping that if we send we send someone who we think Trump is going to see as an insider, he's going to suck up in the court. Well, I mean, the Brits have done that already with Mandelson, and it didn't work for them. I don't think it's going to work for us with Rolf Meyer. So, comrades, let me say, I think that the global conjuncture is incredibly important for us to understand where it's going, because it already in the past shaped policy decisions, and I think that now it's shaping options. There are contradictions that we need to understand, I've written a longer set of slides. You're welcome to look at them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Rob. Indeed, the slides will be loaded onto the Conference of the Left website, and obviously Commission 1 will be focusing in particular. I'd like to invite Comrade Vijay Prashad from the Tricontinental Institute to come and assist us with an international voice.
Okay, thanks. I don't know the song. Nice. Inkilab Zindabad. Inkilab Zindabad. Inkilab Zindabad. Inkilab Zindabad. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. If we're too scared to fail, we'll do nothing. When we fight, we win, Comrade Solly. Big greeting from the General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, Marxist M.A. Baby. He's very happy to hear that this conference is happening. It's happening today on the 56th anniversary of the founding of the Center of Indian Trade Unions. 6 million workers who on the 12th of February of this year led the general strike of 300 million Indian workers and stopped the new labor laws in India. This is the 90th anniversary. Very tepid applause for 300 million people on strike. Is this all you can do? This tepid bourgeois applause? Where am I? Is this the South African Chamber of Commerce? Are you proletarians? Are you communists? Are you revolutionaries? Or are you just Democrats? Do you know how to appreciate it when 300 million workers go on strike? 90th anniversary of the All India Kisan Sabha. 2020-2021. All India Kisan Sabha, 15 million workers, peasants, agricultural workers, etc. 2020-2021. Hundreds of millions of farmers surrounded Delhi and went on strike around the country and forced the government of Narendra Modi to withdraw the agricultural bills. Those workers won. I was distressed today and yesterday with the talk of the left doesn't unite, we don't do this, we don't do that. If we have an attitude, if we come to this with an attitude of despair, we will never win. We need to come to this with the attitude that we stand on the shoulders of revolutions. We don't just defend the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban workers made it. They made a revolution. It's not true that workers never unite, we can't win. There was a Cuban Revolution. There was a revolution in China in 1949. The Chinese people stood up. Our comrade Ho Chi Minh led a revolution in Vietnam. They fought for 30 years and defeated the US imperialists. There was a revolution in the Tsarist Empire, prevailed in October 1917. The workers and peasants united and won. We win. We fight, we win. We fight and win. We don't just sit around disunited and lose. It's a terrible attitude. You can't go into a conference of the left with the attitude of hopelessness. We stand on the shoulders of revolutions. We stand on October. We stand before that on the Paris Commune. We stand on the Chinese Revolution. We stand on the Vietnamese Revolution. We stand on the Cuban Revolution. And today, we stand alongside the people of the Sahel. I was in Burkina Faso this week. In Burkina Faso, the Burkinabe people are revitalizing not only the legend and myth, but the agenda of Thomas Sankara, our fallen comrade. They are standing on the shoulders of Sankara, who has just been buried for the first time since his assassination in a mausoleum created by the government of Captain Ibrahim Traoré. We are too embarrassed to say the name Captain Ibrahim Traoré, the tallest African in our time. He is standing up to imperialism like nobody else. They are building the Burkinabe revolution. The people are standing up. When we fight, we win. When we unite, we win deeper. We win harder. The bourgeoisie is more scared of us when we unite. You fight each other, you make the bourgeoisie laugh at you. They mock the working class. They mock the left. When we unite as the left, we unite the working class, we put the bourgeoisie in their place. We put them on the run. A revolution is getting the bourgeoisie on the run. That's what our goal is. Our goal isn't to improve things in the margins. We are revolutionaries. We want to put the bourgeoisie on the run. What is this conjuncture that we are in? Hyper-imperialist conjuncture. United States and Europe have elites who are dangerous and decadent. They are dangerous because the only instruments they have to defeat the world as it stands up is military force and the force of information. They lie about us and they kill us. They lie about us and they grab us as we sleep, as they grab our friend President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela. Or as they make comments and indictments about our great hero Raul Castro, general in the Cuban army. They lie about us and then they try to kill us. Those are their instruments. That's why they are dangerous. They have a fierce army. 80% of global military spending is spent by the NATO plus countries. That makes hyper-imperialist United States dangerous. But they are also decadent. They're decadent because they don't have a project for humanity. They don't have a way to address the fact that when I came here this morning, I passed legions of poor people sleeping on the streets of Johannesburg, South Africa. A shame. It's a shame that South Africa has people sleeping on the streets. A country that fought against apartheid, that built the Freedom Charter in 1955. You cannot tolerate poverty and still be a human being. Aadami tha badi mushkil se insaan hua. You are people. With great difficulty we become human. You're not a human being if there is somebody sleeping on the street hungry. The bourgeoisie has no answer. They are decadent. The South African bourgeoisie is no less decadent than the bourgeoisies of Europe and the United States. They are dangerous and they are decadent. And because they are dangerous and decadent, they want to suffocate us and prevent us from standing up. But we are fighting them. We are fighting them all across the world. One of the great problems for the left, and let's face up to this directly, national liberation fronts and social democracy have collapsed. They have exhausted themselves. In India, it's the Indian National Congress. In Europe, it's things like the Labour Party. In South America, it could be various forms of social populism. They have exhausted themselves. They have forgotten about their limited historical duty to fight for social welfare. They're not even doing that. They're not even taking care of hunger, starvation. They have abandoned their one historical task. We are revolutionaries. We want to transform the system. They were meant to be social democrats. They were meant to ensure that nobody slept on the street. That was their historical mission. They have neglected that historical mission now for decades. They have exhausted themselves. We have had to come in and do their work for them. Sometimes people on the ultra-left say, oh, you have become a reformist. No, we are not reformists. We are doing the work of social democracy because somebody has to fight to prevent a child from crying themselves to sleep. That's why the left has to take up that mission. It's not our natural mission. It is not where we are supposed to be. We are revolutionaries. We are not supposed to be serving soup on the streets for most of our day, but we must, because the state has abandoned that task and the Social Democrats don't care anymore. We must be there. We have to do two tasks now as the left. We have to embrace the mission of social democracy on the one side. We have to fight for those things. Somebody has to fight for survival of the people. But secondly, we have to fight for the not yet. And that's the last point I want to make. The not yet. We are not content with what is called the present. Because under the conditions of capitalist realism, this present goes on forever. This capitalist realist present is today, it's tomorrow. For capitalism, there is no future for humanity. There's just the present till eternity. We want to produce a future. This is intolerable, what we are living in. We want to produce a future now. We call that future in Marxism the not yet. What is not yet but must be? That's the dialectics of the future now. What is not yet but must be? In Kerala, our comrades have built cooperatives. One of the largest cooperatives, Kudumbushri, is an all-women cooperative. 7 or 8 million women in a cooperative during the COVID pandemic. Without Kudumbushri, the death rate in Kerala would have been 3 or 4 times. The cooperatives came for the people because they serve the people. There are construction cooperatives. There are cooperatives in agriculture. They are not just cooperative shops for distribution. They are transforming the productive sector, what Marx called possible communism. The cooperatives in Kerala is a not yet. It's what will be, is not yet, but is now. It's the future today. We have to build cooperatives across the left. We have to engage people in doing productive things to build the future now. In Brazil, our comrades, I hear from the landless movement. The landless movement, the MST, a key part of our International People's Assembly, a key part. The MST has settlements. On the settlements, they are building the not yet. On those settlements, they are building agroecological processes. They have built factories. They are going to build tractors. It's not socializing poverty. That's not what they are doing. They are building the future. They are building a socialism of advanced productive forces, but not for capital, for the people now. The not yet. What will be but is not there yet. The future now. I'm so impressed with the Communist Party in South Africa, the SACP's Red Caravan. The project of the Red Caravan, comrades, is the not yet. You go out there and you build chicken coops for people in a rural area. You already give them a sense of what it means to collectivize production. They are in the not yet. It is not yet the future, but it's already the future. They are already taking hold of their lives and building tomorrow. Socialism, comrades, is not an aspiration. It's about human survival. We can't afford not to be socialists. We can't afford not to be socialists. We can't accept this intolerable world we live in. We are revolutionaries. We are revolutionaries, and because we are revolutionaries, we fight. We fight for the not yet and for the future. And because we fight, we'll win. And we know we'll win because we stand on the shoulders of October 1917. We stand on the shoulders of China 1949. We stand on the shoulders of Cuba 1959. We fight, we win, we are revolutionaries, we are building the future. We are not interested in compromising with the present. We want much more. The people will only survive if we win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Vijay. I think you're getting solidarity from the left. Comrades, I think our tentative response when Comrade Vijay started speaking about getting 300 million people into the streets was because we don't have 300 million to get into the streets. But what we need to be able to do is to translate that into, within our context, it means getting 60 million people onto the streets. I'm going to ask Comrade Fred to come and give us his input, another international voice from the Socialist Party of Zambia, our African continent. Comrade Fred, the floor is yours.
Greetings, comrades. Thank you very much, General Secretary Sori, for organizing this great conference. I'm in the middle of a presidential campaign in Zambia. I'm running as president. I had to leave the campaign to come here because this is a very important gathering, extremely important. We are living in very difficult times. These are very, very difficult times. Today, sub-Saharan Africa has poverty levels or is enduring poverty levels of 40% on average. The population growth rate is 2.4% per annum. 43% of our people are under the age of 15. Our population in sub-Saharan Africa is 1.3 billion. At this population growth rate, in the next 15 to 20 years, the population of sub-Saharan Africa will double. We'll have not less than 2.6 billion human beings, which will cater for about 25% of the world population. Today we are 16% of the world population at 1.3%, 1.3 billion. Where are these human beings going to be sleeping? What is it that we're doing that will enable sub-Saharan Africa to be able to provide housing for the doubled population when we cannot provide housing for 1.3 billion human beings? What are we doing in education to be able to look after a doubled population? What are they going to be eating? What about health services, water and sanitation? These are not simple problems. But we have to understand how we arrived at this situation, at this position. This conference is diversity. And the unit that is trying to create or forge will provide answers to these problems. Without this unity, forget about solving these problems. Complex times like these require more ideas, require more principles. Not because there are no ideas in the world today, not because there are no principles in the world today, but we need more. And if more is needed, it needs more people have to be brought into this struggle. We need the best of our religious leaders, the best of our religious thinkers. We need the best of our intellectuals. We need the best ideas from our traditional leaders. And indeed, we need the best from our political thinkers of all shades. We communists are not the only revolutionaries. There are other revolutionaries other than us. And if we are to succeed in defeating this poverty, in defeating this degradation, we have to bring in other forces. We have to learn to unite with others. It's not a problem to me that we have so many political formations on the left. I have a small musical background. You cannot produce a melody, a symphony, with one instrument. But those instruments, to produce a melody, to produce a symphony, they have to be coordinated, they have to be united in a special way. Otherwise, it becomes noise. We need the Communist Party. No question about it, no compromise about it. And the Communist Party has to be a Communist Party. We need EFF. We need MKP. We need all these formations, but they have to be synchronized. They have to play their role in an organized and orderly manner. It's either we unite or we'll be defeated alone. There's no doubt about it. As Comrade Vijay has pointed out, they are brutal. Our class enemies are becoming more and more brutal. They have no care, no love for humanity. If we don't unite, we'll be defeated alone. There's no single force that will be able to get our people out of this predicament. These poverty levels are too high. They are dehumanizing. You can't have your humanity with these levels of poverty. It needs a struggle to bring us back to humanity. It's only a struggle that makes us more human. And that's why we have to struggle. As VJ repeatedly said, we have to fight. Fidel said, if we live, we'll fight. And if we fight, we'll win. There's no doubt. It won't be given to us graciously. Imperialism, hyper-imperialism is on rampage. And we have achieved more when we have united. Our liberation struggles achieved more when we united. The forces that gave us the victory of 1994 were many. And we are not located in one territory. Contributions were made by many from different positions and different persuasions. The communists played their role. The religious leaders played their role. The traditional leaders played their role. Our intellectuals also played their role. And eventually we won. This phase we are in is much more complex. And a complex phase like this requires more clarity. To unite, we have to be clear about what we are uniting for. What are we uniting against? What are we uniting for? It was easier for us to unite to fight apartheid, to fight colonialism, to fight subjugation, because the goal was clear. Let's define clearly the enemy. You can't fire at a target you can't see. When that is clear, our other differences become very small. And in fact, they are not differences. In the Garden of Eden for our religious leaders, there are many plants of different colors, different types, but they are all in harmony. Yes. So, comrades, let's forge the necessary unity. But let's not deceive ourselves that that unity is only here in South Africa. If we don't unite our struggles on the continent, forget it. The capital that is subjugating our people here, that is humiliating our people here, is got supply chains across the continent. And that's the way we are colonized anyway in the first place. Zambia was colonized by a company. The first colonizer of Zambia was not the British government. It was a company in 1891 called the British South African Company, owned by Cecil Rhodes. Our first colonizer was Cecil Rhodes, not the British king or queen. No, it was Cecil Rhodes, a bourgeoisie, a capitalist, a foreign investor. Colonized us for 24 years. We were ruled by a company. Not 24, 33 years actually, from 1891 to 1924. 33 years under the rule of a company and its owner. Zimbabwe was also colonized for the same period by the same company. The colonization of this region was integrated, and this liberation, even in 1994, was achieved collectively. I grew up in the South African Communist Party. I joined the South African Communist Party in 1978. I was brought up by Chris Hani and Joe Slovo, among others. I do not carry a South African passport. No, I carry a Zambian passport. Without those leaders, I wouldn't be standing before you today. I would be something else, or I would be dead, actually. Our struggles have to be unified. There are not many struggles, it's one struggle. We can fragment our positions from which we are firing, but we cannot fragment the target. I'm told I've exhausted the little time that was given to me. We will still talk, comrades. The struggle has to continue. Aluta. Aluta. The struggle continues against what? Against what? Against what? Thank you very much.
Comrades, I think the clear message, you cannot fragment the target, is a very, very powerful image for the synthesis that we've had in this session. And I'd like to thank Comrade Rob, Comrade Vijay, and Comrade Member. Can we please wish you a very, very strong campaign?
Comrades, participating in these bourgeois elections is not easy. It needs money. And I remember what President Chavez said in 1998 when he was asked, Chavez, you are competing against these oligarchs. Where are you going to find the money? He said, I also don't know, but we'll find it. Comrades, we need support. We don't have the money. But we have the people. But the populations are poor. So whatever contributions can be made. Comrade Chris Marikan, where are you here? Take care of that.
Comrades, so let me conclude by thanking our three speakers. They have given us a very, very strong input for this afternoon's commissions, and I do think that it's time that we give them another round of applause before we leave them off the stage. The reality check that we've been given, both in terms of South Africa and in terms of Africa and in terms of the world in this session, is going to assist us in our discussions this afternoon. We are ensuring that the Comrade Rob's presentation, and we do apologize, Comrade Rob, that the technology didn't keep up with you, but we are ensuring that that is loaded onto the website. Comrades, it's now 1:55. We are going to be breaking for lunch for half an hour. It's in Serengeti as yesterday. Before you stand up to leave, can I just explain this afternoon's program so that we are quite clear? We come back to plenary. The second plenary session, which is going to be taking a presentation by Comrade Padi Lehotla, our People Statistician General, followed by Comrade Janet Cherry. Those are the two presentations that will conclude our plenary session. Then we will have a summary from the drafting team, and then the drafting team will brief us on the commissions. That session will then be chaired by Comrade Carol Mafachane from MKP. So I would like to thank you for having worked with me in adjusting the program this morning. Wish you a good lunch. Please eat fast, and please, leaders of delegations, please try to get comrades back as soon as possible. This is where we test our discipline, the discipline this morning, and the participation or the sustaining of our involvement this morning has been very good. enjoy your lunch. Thank you, comrades.
two, one, two.
Amandla, comrades. Can we start making our way back into the hall? Can the ushers at the door assist us in getting everyone back into the hall? Can the ushers at the door assist us in getting all the delegates back into the hall?
No, I heard from it. Okay, no, that's good. So, I was, and the reason I'm coming so that you know that Temuko and I are here, if you need anything. Temuko, I don't know if you saw.
No, the updated one.
So, no, that's later. I'm talking about towards the end. So then, yeah, the Temuko will be the one. So there he is. Okay, now I'm this one.
When are you Masuku?
Yeah.
Jaha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna look.
Yeah. No, I thought let me come and make proper contact. Yeah. So okay, we are here. It's just that people don't respect time.
Hey, I know, man, I was watching TV.
This is yours.
I can't even see.
Yeah.
I can't even see.
Hey, how are you? Chris was outside, but he can leave it outside.
I only know one song. Yini socialism, hlaba wonke esandleni saba alukwa alula muntu ophethe yini socialism. Akunamuntu phethe umhlaba ayesababo sab Yini socialism, onke esandleni sabantu akunamuntu. Socialism, onke esandleni namuntu ophethe umhlaba ayesababo sabama sebenzelwa ngaba ayesababo amafuna sebenzelwa ngaba yini socialism hlaba wonke saba akunamuntu ophethe umhlaba. Amandla! Amandla! Viva progressive forces of the left, viva! Viva progressive forces of the left, viva! Comrades, I want to welcome you to plenary 2. My name is Carol Mafahani. I'm a member of Umkhonto weSizwe Party. The formation of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Ubaba would repeatedly say, is ukuhlanganisa isizwe esimnyama, for all the black parties to be together. And that certainly also means much and much, and Umkhonto weSizwe will continue to engage much and much until we find each other. So in this plenary number 2, the theme today is why rebuild the left and how. And to take us into the discussion I'm going to invite Pali Lehotla, a former Statistic General of South Africa, who is going to speak to us about the crisis of South African capitalism and the task of the left. Amandla.
Thank you very much. Amandla. Amandla. I left my laptop here, left it open, but someone decided to shut it. Yes, and then when they shut it, they forgot that I had connected on Zoom. So I have to start the process all over again. I made a mistake myself. I thought that I had forgotten my... am I still connected? I'm not. Okay, I'll have to start from the beginning. That's fine. Let me observe protocol and be pleased that I'm here with yourselves. And I've been asked to discuss issues that I'm not sure whether I'm very competent in, because I'm less political, but rather more a statistician. What I'll try to do in this session is to try and discuss a few points that are crucial. They reflect on the number. Am I sharing? Pardon? He says I'm sharing there, and it's not appearing. Is that so? Well, I'm the most important thing to see. So I'll try my slideshow from the beginning. That are you seeing the controls? Hey, Morena, are you seeing me? I'm sharing. Or maybe I should stop sharing and share again. My apologies. Well, I thought that I would put only this. Okay, let me share here. Is that possible now? Am I able to share now? I want to share my screen, not myself. I think the guys should come and help me here, because I really do not know what would be happening. I'll stop sharing. I really do not know why am I not visible. Okay, I'll also stop sharing myself here. I'll leave the meeting and start all over again. My chair here, I hadn't advised her that she shouldn't stop my system, because I had to stop to leave it open so that when I come in, I just go straight into the system. Pardon? Fine, and you?
Yes. What do you want us
I want to share. I just want to share.
Or you want to share on Zoom?
On Zoom, yeah.
Oh, okay, no, fine.
Yes, no, I needed to share the screen, not myself.
No, I'm saying there, it was showing you sharing already there.
Oh.
Oh, it was showing sharing already.
The presentation.
I share the presentation. Yeah.
So,
just put it there. Just keep it like that.
No, I have to share my presentation.
Oh, I know how to help. I know how to help.
Where's the presentation?
Yes, there.
This is the one?
Okay.
Are you projecting? Okay, which means if they are projecting, you can use your slides. They will
Yes,
carry it.
it's
there
there now.
Yes, no, thank you. Amanda! I'm sure now I'm sharing. Yes. Thank you very much, comrades. I thought that we have to talk about how we reclaim sovereignty, and through what I call the Hosha Leisure. Why I called it that way was because of the work that I did there, and I needed to put my name behind that work. Not because I want to exploit that, but to say I believe in this thing that I'm doing, and I can put my name behind it. So the issue really is half a century, half a promise. I'm part of the 1976 class, although I was not South African until I naturalized. I come from Lesotho. But a number of people that we went to Lesotho with Phumzile Mlapo Nluka, who was the deputy president, we were at university together. And the demonstrations that we used to hold in Lesotho were demonstrations of the class of 1976. The question that we have to ask as the left is, what is this class of 1976 handing over to the class of 2026? And what will the class of 2026 hand over to the class of 2076? If we can answer that question, then I think we'll have something to say we have handed over into the future. What informs me is Morena Mhlomi. He's a Mosotho chief who lived in Modilwe and advised Morena Mshweshwe. He had 5 principles, and this is what the presentation is about. He had 5 principles. The first principle was about knowing yourself and knowing the people that you govern. The second principle was that you build for productive alliances, which is what the left is doing. The third principle was introducing new instruments of power, which is the revolution is about. You have to introduce new instruments of power. The fourth was ensuring that there is intergenerational value. And the fifth was this should be done through integrated reporting. I must say, having been the Statistician General of South Africa and having retired over the last 10 years, I think we get 30% on each of those 5 principles. And that's why we are in this kind of mess. Knowing yourself and knowing the people who govern, we score less than the pass rate of metric. Coming to, building for productive alliances, we score less than 30%. Coming to new instruments of power, we score less than 30%. Coming to intergenerational value, I'm sure we are around 20%. And the fifth point, which is integrated reporting, we have never had integrated reporting in South Africa. If we had it, which Mhlomi knew, he was born in 1720, and he was advising Mshweshwe on how to govern. So, in order to protect myself, I have to, talk to the priests that do not withhold good from those to whom it is due when it is in your power to act. That's Proverbs 3:2-7. That's what we are about here. That we shouldn't withhold good when it is in our power. And that's what the left should do, fearlessly, not to hold good. And we are discussing here in the information artificial intelligence. Marx chapter 15 dedicates 150 pages in Capital Volume 1 to artificial intelligence. He talks about autonomous systems. And he's saying that capitalism would be a vulgar, and it will be vulgar in the era of artificial intelligence. It's a vulgar system because it is extractive. My presentation is about extractive South Africa. I actually talk about a number of people that have written, and I'm talking about Milton Friedman on his approach to capital, how he actually made Russia bite the poison chalice and then send him packing from China, when he said, Milton, what we are trying to do here, we believe in an ever normal granary. That's what we believe in. And he said to him, use the heavy to shoot at that which is light. That was Milton, then when he sent Milton Friedman packing. Now, here, I would like to talk about the inside out, which is the measurement framework that governments use. I use that measurement framework myself as a statistician general. I've seen since become Paul from Saul, and I want to use outside in. And this is the important point that one has to make. Don't worry about the mathematical equations. They shouldn't terrorize you. But what I want to point out to is the outside in, is the measurement of population. And here we are engaging in conversations over the last 32 years. And these conversations that we have had over the last 32 years, we measure what we have counted. And I was responsible for the 1996 census, for the 2001, for the 2011 census, and then, of course, my successor took on the 2022 census. But what I've done is to look at all these censuses and say, South Africa has been in conversation. What is the nature of this conversation in terms of numbers? Looking at those 3 censuses, but also adding onto the 4 censuses frequent numbers that we collect, like the quarterly labor force survey that was released end of March. I've included that number here to bring the census of 2022 closer to 2026 and say, what are these conversations? These conversations happen in clusters of 200 households. You see that beehive there? That thing that looks like a beehive. My cursor is sitting there. It's clusters of 200 households, 120 households. That's where the information is. And then, of course, you take it through a mathematical formula in order to get this diagnostic layer. I stay muted. To get to this diagnostic layer that here. And that diagnostic layer, you take it longitudinally to interpret the conversations that South Africa has had. And those conversations then are aggregated in this kind of fashion so that you see where problems are. These are the detection instruments of what you call a grasshopper. Its eye is called a fossila, the eye of a grasshopper. It has multiple lenses, and we are using these multiple lenses to understand the conversation that South Africa has. Out of that, then you have this nodes of measurement, and then you create base maps so that you can understand what is happening in every 200 set of households in South Africa throughout, rich or poor, and understand what human relations there are. But it's not only human relations, their relationship with capital. I wanted to stay muted here, but this thing, my brother, why is it saying I should mute and unmute? I have a sign in front of me, yes. Now, from that lens that I've used, I can go to Soshanguve. In Soshanguve, I can go to a place called Jukulane. And when you look at that Jukulane, it's red. And it is red because it is a hive of crime. Wherever you are, from any other place, I can go to that level of sub-place to analyze the social conditions that we have. So this is what this system does that I've built. For every village, for every small place, Bochum, my darling, nobody, Akhozimtap, you know, Vepna, Pribi, in the Free State. All those places. In Soshanguve, this is Soshanguve Jukulane. Now we use tools of analysis to say, how does this place look like? And here you can see bad things like bad things. Things cluster together. Bad clusters with bad, good clusters with good. So when you look at local indicators of spatial association, you get a map like this one, which tells you that these are the problems in Jukulane, and this is how they are distributed. So you can think about your village and say, what analysis can you make about your village? So as the left, we must understand what is happening on the ground. Now, here is Sandton, here, in relation to Roslyn and in relation to Soshanguve. And here it shows the transport methods and everything, and how much it costs you to move from Soshanguve to Sandton, and at what time do you leave. That design then interprets the information in each of the 200 clusters to tell us the relationship between Sandton and Soshanguve. Part of the relationship is that people in Sandton don't have water, don't have toilets, don't have anything, but they work at restaurants in Sandton. And they work for the madams in Sandton. Now you can imagine when a person doesn't have water, doesn't have a toilet, but works for the madam. Not because they don't want to have water, but because we have created a situation that they cannot have water. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, what is our hygiene relationship? What is our relationship mentally with the matter of hygiene? And we are schizophrenic about that. I think if Sandton visited Alex, they would have to say, this food that is on the table comes from that place, because this person prepares it. Not that the person is dirty, but the material conditions in which they live is such that the inequality of hygiene puts you at risk in Sandton. This is the Alex-Sandton dilemma. And I want to stay on this Sandton-Alex dilemma. And I'll come to you with a concept of the labor disappearance index and the democracy collapse. And I'll take Sandton and Alex. And if the democratic project collapses, then what are we left with? Perhaps the democratic project is faulty, and that's why the left has to take on that challenge of ensuring that this democratic challenge is taken forward. Here from the census data of the Statistician General, I came with two indices Those indices are the labor disappearance index. And this labor disappearance index, you can see how it rises in Sandton over time from 1996 to 2022. So that's that mesh, that 200 households that I was telling you about, that's what's happening there. So labor has disappeared in Sandton, not because they have disappeared, they are invisible to us. They are invisible to the system. They are so downtrodden that they are invisible in Alex. A few meters from Sandton, just a few meters from Sandton, you can see that the labor disappearance index in Sandton has just moved, but just a little, that green line at the top. Or rather, this one, here, this blue one here. It has just moved just a little. So this blue line and that red line is the distance between Sandton and Alex. But in physical space, it's just, I can stretch my legs, my one foot will be in Sandton, my left foot will be in Alex. But the living conditions are so distant. What is worse is the the collapse of democracy. In Sandton, it has disappeared, collapsed just a bit. But in Alex, it has collapsed completely. So when you want to go for an election in October, or November, whatever that time is, these guys are not going to vote. And if democracy collapses, and we only have 30% turnout, it doesn't matter which party wins. Those guys are going to be, by virtue of that, warlords. They will make deals amongst themselves. It doesn't matter if it's ANC, EFF, or the left. For as long as people don't give you a mandate to vote, to govern, you are going to extract from that mandate if it is a small mandate. It is not democratic. It's a Western pseudo-democracy that will be anchored on theory, not a popular vote. This is the danger we face. And this danger we face in 66% of the country. So it's not only in Sandton, it's 66% of the country. So democracy has collapsed. So this project of the left is so essential, not for the elections that we are coming to in October. No, forget about that thing. It's gimmick. Think about ensuring that we deepen democracy. And that project is the project of the left. Now, I've done a forensic on the stagnation. And this is where that vortex comes, that ratio, that this labor disappearance index, when it reaches 1 to 1, a ratio of 1 to 1, labor disappearance index is equal to democratic collapse. Then you see that unemployment and poverty and all those things lead to democratic collapse. And it is happening in all those areas where the labor disappearance index has occurred. And it is occurring corresponding to 66%. Now this is the map of the labor disappearance index. In 1996, we still believed, we were naive, we still believed in democracy. Here we are, 1996, this is 2022 up here, the last one. You can see how much of labor disappearance index has occurred. When you do regression analysis, not only regression analysis, but you do an analysis of causality, you realize that that labor disappearance index forces and causes this collapse of democracy. And you can see how it has progressed since 1996 to now 2022. These two pictures are the same. And we can pinpoint at the level of that little square, where has this collapsed? As the movement of the left, we must be analytical, we must understand the material conditions and their interactions and how they cause the state of affairs. But there's something much more fundamental. This is called ZIF, and it shows spatial hierarchy. The space economy of South Africa is dominated by only 6 places, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7, give this one 8. The rest, including Bochum, my darling, are well below this. And you can see this is a log linear scale. So if we are in this building, Bochum, my darling, if Santin rank 1, Johannesburg is there, up there, Bochum, my darling, will have to dig 4 floors in order to graph it in relation to Santin. This is the driving force of an equality. This situation has not changed. The high concentration. But now the high concentration in terms of the space economy, these days it conceals what is in the mix. So when you look at this blue line here, this blue line, my pointer is cheating me here, I can't find it. Yes, this blue line here. And then it gets red there. This red line is the line of, that is if it were that, it would be fine. But there are those that are above and those that are below. It represents the inequities in South Africa. You can be deceived by the proximity of Santin to Alex. So these lines are deceiving at times because of the proximity of Alex to Santin. And then when you aggregate them as a central place index and measure in the ZIF, it can deceive you a lot. But here we are showing it by population, by each of the demographic clusters. And then when you put it together, you can see that the black population is always below this line. And this is Joburg, Cape Town, and so on, combined. The left has to understand these material conditions in the detail. Both in the theory, but in the detail of the analysis, so that we conceive of what this issue is. I'll skip that one. Now, let me pause it, that the South African economy should have been by now, it's about 5.3 trillion economy. 14.3 trillion has been siphoned out of this economy. By now it should have been 18.3 trillion economy. With that size of the economy, we wouldn't have problems with our foreign brothers and sisters. But somebody has siphoned resources from this country. And we are not fighting that somebody who has siphoned resources. We are fighting amongst ourselves. Now, the analysis here talks to Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Piketty, and what that structural sink is. Illicit financial flows that President Mbeki has been concerned with, speculative procurement that Rob Davis has been talking about in terms of where we have fallen. And then, of course, that financial intimidation, that has become the principle and the principal economic activity. And then, of course, the sovereign debt dependency. These are the things I want to cover in detail. Well, again, an equation that shows you the difference between the yield and the price minus labor and local capital, what we have lost. And this gives you layers of what we lost in 1996, 2001, 2011, 2022. You see, when you measure GDP, which was my job for 17 years as a statistician general of South Africa, and then, of course, when I was working in BOP, in the Office of Statistics there, from 1982, it was my work, measuring the economy. When you measure the economy, you depend on the usual equation of national income is equal to all those things, plus exports minus exports. That's your size of the economy. That's how you measure it. And then from there, when you want to understand the impact of that national account on society, you do something called social accounting matrix to see who benefits from the economy. And then you say, oh, there's 5 trillion. Yes, of course, the poor get very little. There are 2 omissions in that. In this work life I had. There are 2 omissions. The first omission is really that size. That's the first. The second is, what causes it to be that way? Now, as a statistician general, and my job says, give me the numbers, don't tell me what causes it. Now we're going into politics. Now here, we are looking at this process. As I gave you that mesh of 200 households, I'm no longer looking at this from industry statistics. That is industry statistics, international standard industrial classification, and international standard classifications of occupations. So you have industry and occupations. You get them together, and then you come to, in fact, you get ISIC. That's where your national account comes from. Now, what I've done, I said to you, I'm looking at this thing inside, in, out. But I've introduced out, in. Out, in is you go and look at society. That's where people like Piketty comes in. That's where Amartya Sen come in. And they make a compelling argument, and they give real information that is true. What they lack is to answer that question at the level of a national account. Because the instruments that they have, or rather the approach that they have, doesn't do what I've done, which is look at society outside, in, and look at society at the level of 200 households each. Now, this method that I'm using here looks at society outside, in, at the level of 200 households. And then you measure the GDP. And then you say, there is a gap here. It's a big gap. What causes it? Then we have an answer on what causes that gap. It's not only a measurement problem, a measurement issue that we have resolved, but we also answer the question, who causes it? So using this method, we can also spatially locate these things. So you can see Gauteng here. It's a big thing that takes things from life of people. When you put that information through this, it yields this 14.3 trillion. That is the 14.3 trillion that we have lost as South Africa. We could otherwise have been an 18 trillion economy today. And one of those is systemic neglect, mining sector, and owed restitution. So, or rather, owed restitution by 2026 is that amount. And this is what the outcome is. We can have this on municipality decay, causes all that, vocation decline, systemic liabilities, and African identity is broken. Now, this is how the siphon occurs. The mining industry is responsible for 5.1 trillion in that 14 trillion. The financial services, 3.9 trillion. Manufacturing, 2.8 trillion. Professional and scientific services, 1.1 trillion. water and the like 0.8, and electricity 0.4, and agriculture that it is. And then in terms of spatial distribution, we see it here in Gauteng, and then there at K, it is externalized. So you don't only identify it where it happens, but you can also locate where it has gone. So I thought that perhaps we should look at what is labor? What are the workers losing in this? That the labor value productivity goes up there, it says profits, comes here, but it starts getting siphoned here, this 14 trillion. It gets siphoned, and labor remains with very little. These are the guys, the elite class and the corporates. So that's how it gets siphoned. That's the process of getting it siphoned. Although it's in image, the mathematics behind it are unassailable. So when Macron talked about reparations, but he has said he had a big headache. No, we don't have a big headache. This is how we will apply this local instrument globally to go and fight for reparations. So we see how this siphon happens. It's lack of wealth in terms of policy challenges. There is a policy problem that creates that challenge. There is the elite class, and then of course there is a inequality, cost of inequality. And that's the extra value that comes to these people here. And that policy ensures that these guys stay good. And then, of course, unequal trade in terms, monopoly pricing, inflation. So each one of these, in terms of those formulae, generates this kind of thing. The left has to be technically equipped to make the right arguments when it needs capital, so that the arguments are unassailable. Well, that's what you have to take with yourselves in terms of that formula. Wage depression, capital flight, tax avoidance, all those things add up to this 14.3 trillion. And the data is there. So you don't need to guess. And let capital challenge me or us. Well, how does the different population groups suffer? That's the black African there losing colored, Indian, and white. That's what the analysis gives you in terms of what has gotten lost. 12.9 trillion by blacks, 715 billion by, and this is siphoned by industry. Whites lost 1.37 trillion. So now we have to confront industries. No longer, well, there is a race issue, but from an industry, from society and labor, whites also lose. Now we have to look at it from a sex. I understand that it's gender. I don't know, no sex, but it's fine. Well, I mean, I don't know whether sex makes people uncomfortable when they talk about it, but what we are talking about is sex difference. That is a female and a male. Of course, now I'm doing gender analysis. But the split here shows that females, 9.2 trillion from themselves, and then from ourselves, male, 5.1. Of course, we have a little fewer, I mean, but not that much to make that difference. So this analysis shows you how sex or gender, all these other components of discrimination impact. So 9.3, 10.2 trillion is siphoned from. I have rabbits at home. When I forget to feed them, and there's one that has given birth, they eat their young ones. So have ourselves. 1.5 trillion is eaten by ourselves, by the adults, by the system, the industry system. it demobilizes the children. So when we think about the agenda of the left, we've got to argue these things in the way that I'm saying and demonstrating. Now, I thought that when it comes to Harold Wolpe, but I think Holomisa, the chief, Nkosi Holomisa, we are in a meeting around this place, not here, but around the place here. So he says, SG, you say you want to run the census in October. I say, yes. He says, but why don't you run it in December? I said, December, in terms of the laws of counts, you can't do that because it's too mobile. I say, oh, exactly. That's why you don't provide us services in the Eastern Cape, because you count us in Gauteng, and then we are in Eastern Cape. When you go home, there's no water. So you can see that the count caters for Gauteng and not the Eastern Cape. And those are some of the things that we have to correct for as we deal with the dissolution conservation, or rather dissolution preservation dichotomy, is that like Martin Legacy, Harold Wolpe, and Mark Guani talk about, that the apartheid system created new relations of production by preserving traditional forms of governance in the rural areas, while actually creating and reproducing the person in two places, in his rural area and in the urban area, and then pay them boy salaries, because he's being produced and reproduced in the rural area. That system is still there. So this is what you see here. So when we think about the district development model, which is what I built, it will actually connect everything to everything else. This is the Eastern Cape, and this is how we come to Gauteng. I thought I should actually explore the place of birth of Walter Sisulu, as well as Mama Sisulu, in Kutubeni and Kolobe, and say what has happened to those villages in the Eastern Cape. And here we are looking at what the architecture is: spatial segregation, education and skills fragmentation, informal precarity and debt traps and sectoral decomposition of this that tell us, and that is defined by the thesis by Harold Wolpe of dissolution conservation. And that's exactly what is happening in Kutubeni and Kolobe. So let me show you. This is Kutubeni and this is Kolobe. This is an analysis that I can make for every village in the country to understand the conversations that South Africa has had over the last 32 years in numbers. This is what you have to go to society with as the conference of the left and say what you are going to do about it. And we can see nothing has happened in those areas. We've lost memory, we've lost everything. As stalwarts, this is where they were born. Could there be memory here to reset ourselves in these areas where stalwarts come from, so that we can be true to the struggle? So, don't worry about those maps and everything. I'll give you some numbers. So what does this thing that I'm talking about do? We look at a core metric like mass loss of labor, increased siphoning, and decay. And we look at the primary drivers of those. And then what the visual indicator is and what the economic outcome is. That's what those equations do. And then you get them on a map. for every little place in the country. Sorry, my almost last slide. Now, in terms of census 96 to census 2022, having deployed these tools, what has happened in those little cells, we are seeing the density of employment declining from 3.342, dropping to 0.148. We see extraction increasing from 1 to 5.82, six-fold growth in siphon. And we see infrastructure decay moving from 0.58 to 0.31. You can do this analysis for every small place. So, by looking at out-in, I've created a different measure that confronts and creates conditions for understanding the notion of beyond the GDP. I served at for Tutsi and the president of France, what was his name? The one, Sarkozy. I was serving on that commission, representing statisticians, which was beyond GDP. Finally, I've gotten something that actually talks to beyond GDP, to take into account what are the struggles of society. So, I was invited to go and address in Lesotho, and I met Archbishop Lerotodi. And he talked about purpose, people, product, plan, performance, price, perspective, process, and place as fundamental instruments for understanding society. I think it is possible to start addressing these things in South Africa almost immediately. Which brings me to how I came out with this process, or this technique, call it technique. I was retired, and I thought I'll write 8 volumes of 450 pages each, leather-bound. I think Marx has only 5 volumes. I was going to beat him with 3 more. I'll have 8 volumes. But as I was in that process, something happened. And I got these 2,752 instruments that are anchored on the legacy of Morena Mohlomong. And that, for me, these 2,752 instruments are what makes for the district development model, tools for implementing the district development model. Than Nkosazana Zuma was trying to do. She didn't have the new instruments of power to do that work. The left, we have not only the statistics I used to talk about in my career, all the years and politicians not listening, some of you amongst them. But I've gone further to ensure that there are new instruments of power. The left, be weary, because you can take a horse to water, and if it doesn't want to drink, it will not. You have to make sure that you are that horse that goes and drinks with the people. Because now you have the instruments of power that are universally applicable across the world, including the difficult, or the question that Macron says is a difficult one. It's not a difficult one. We must tell them that the Lohohla ledger solves it because of the out-in method that goes beyond the GDP and then realizes the living conditions of the people. Thank you very much. Yes, Amandla. I want to give you the evidence about resolution. This equation using those instruments of power. The first 5 diagnose the problem. The next 5, there are 10 commandments. I'm in the midst of priests here. There are 10 commandments. The first 5 commandments are diagnostic, and they identify where the problem is. The next 5 seek a resolution. And this is the equation that seeks a resolution. And this sprint here is a sprint on how those resolutions can be done within a period of 90 days to set ourselves on the right track. Although it doesn't solve the problem immediately, but it sets you on the path. When you plan, you can tell these guys who are neoliberal, you can actually show them by filling the data here that your neoliberal policies are going to do us no good. We can prove it and show it to you and how it will affect society. Our alternative, which is this one, tells you how best you can go. But you can even start now to start convincing people. So this gives you a reclamation of the 3.3 trillion. And that's what the discussion should be. My idea, I think, is let's stop the bleeding. And then we go into fighting the reclamation of the 14.3 trillion. But the bleeding must stop. We have the instruments to stop it. So history will not judge us by the sophistication of our rhetoric. It will judge us by whether we rebuild the material capacity of our people to live productive, dignified, and sovereign lives. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We must move with speed because we're gonna go into our commission. I want to welcome Professor Comrade Janet Sherry from the Nelson Mandela University to speak to us about left history, mass organization, and mass-rooted left renewal. Thank you very much.
Amandla! Amandla! Good afternoon, comrades. So, Comrade Poli, I think, gave us quite a depressing outlook in terms of the extreme inequality in our country, but he did point the way forward, which is to deepen democracy. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can do that. You'll be happy to know that even though I'm a Comrade Professor, I'm not going to give you a long lecture, and I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm just going to speak a bit about, based on some of the ideas and experiences that we've had. I think you might, if you don't know me, comrades, you might have been confused yesterday that I was wearing an MST t-shirt and thought I was from Brazil, but I'm not from Brazil. I'm from South Africa, from Cape Town. And today I'm wearing a different t-shirt which says on it, energy democracy, energy democracy. So energy democracy is one way in which we can deepen democracy. It's quite a complex idea, and I was trying to explore it a bit with Comrade Rob over lunchtime, but I won't have a chance to go into it now. but I want to put this on the table for the commissions, and a concept that came up last night in the discussion with the comrades from COSATU and NUMSA. And that idea, which actually blew my mind when I started thinking about it, was socialist unbundling. Socialist unbundling. So just like put that in the back of your head for the commission when we start talking about how do we actually build local social ownership of the productive forces in this country. So just like keep that in the back of your minds. I don't know if Groundwork is here, but Groundwork made this t-shirt. They had a convening last year which was called Convening on Social Ownership of Energy, Renewable Energy. And this is marrying the struggles around climate justice, which Comrade Rob didn't have time to talk about, but is actually one of the central focuses of our struggle going forward. Whether you like it or not, whether you acknowledge it or not, it's going to change our entire economy, our entire system of food production, of industrial production. So we can't ignore it, comrades. We need to marry this transition from fossil fuels and the struggles around climate change with the struggles for socialism, for worker ownership of the means of production, and for the ways in which we can do that now in the current context. So this is really what I'm looking at. I was tasked to, what the comrade said, address the historical lessons of the left. I'm not going to talk about history except to draw on a couple of examples to illustrate something. And the theoretical foundations of mass-based political work. Comrades, I'm just going to make a very brief comment about that. But then I'm going to try and look at what we can do going forward here. As I was introduced, I'm from Nelson Mandela University in Gqeberha, but I'm also working as an activist with the comrades from Amandla, Comrade Vuvu, who spoke yesterday, the only woman speaker on the platform yesterday. So we're working together, and I think, to my surprise that I was put on this plenary, I think the reason was because what we are doing is to try to pilot economic alternatives, actually put into place working models which can be replicated, which people can see. Township, community-owned solar system, food sovereignty in townships and villages, distribution cooperatives. These things have been talked about over the past day, and I really like that focus that is coming here. The development of a cooperative movement, and I'm not going to talk about the examples that I was going to speak about. Kerala in India, the example of the MST in Brazil, how people have occupied land, how they have worked in Kerala with local government, and this is important, to have democratic control over local government and over service provision. So these things are possible. We have examples that we can learn from. These are very important. My first real point here is that we have not used the space, the democratic space that we won in the liberation struggle. So we have that space. In the concept note for this conference, it says, this is section 5, the 1994 breakthrough dismantled formal apartheid, extended political rights, but it left economic power intact. Ownership stayed concentrated. That is the starting point of this intervention. So this is really what we're looking at here. How do we distribute economic power? How do we distribute ownership or socialize economic power? I'm not going to focus on the divisions in the left and the working class. We have many important experiences and some victories to refer to since 1994, well, in the liberation struggle and since 1994. But I have to say, the former liberation movement, which is now in government, is increasingly distanced from the grassroots struggles. And they often label civil society and grassroots movements as counter-revolutionary, or anti-transformation or funded by imperialists and so on. So comrades, you know, we have to start working together with those who are outside of the political parties and the state formations which are in control at the moment. We have to work together, and I talk about the left inside and the left outside actually starting to work together. I've got to just make a brief comment, firstly, on the current crisis. And last year, I warned of the dangers of xenophobic populism in the context of Operation Vala Umgodi. More than 96 people died in a brutal SAPS operation. This was a state operation. So the people who died were the poorest men from Lesotho and Mozambique mainly, some of the poorest countries in the world, as the comrade from Mozambique was explaining to us. From Zambia was explaining, in fact. For 100 years, they've been part of the migrant labor system that built the wealth of this country, and they are working in extremely dangerous conditions to feed their family. They died as a result of government action, yet nobody has been held to account for this. Nobody. And I've got to say, what this indicates to me is the lives of the poor in Southern Africa do not matter. And this is xenophobia. I've got to say, in that case, government action reinforced this dangerous populist movement, which is now spreading across the country. So we have to be very clear to take a stand against this. I'm very disappointed that Makua is not here, which is the movement working with mining affected communities. And they are very important in terms of mobilizing in this way. And also just to note that yesterday there was a protest against Total, the energy company, against their headquarters. And it was called a People's Assembly and Political School calling for energy for all. It involved the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee and other movements from Gauteng. So we know, okay, talking about fragmentation, there's a division in the working class about this. Unions who are resisting the energy transition, communities affected by coal emissions who are supporting it, Palestine solidarity activists calling for an end to the export of coal to Israel. Unions and governments defend the coal industry. Comrades, we have to find a point of common interest and build unity around that. We can't be divided about very specific notions. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of the commissions and out of this conference tomorrow, whether we can reach a united position on certain things. So, as we talked about it yesterday, I think, South Africa, the economy is highly centralized. BBEE hasn't worked to distribute economic power. We know that. It's created a new elite. And the experiments, interestingly enough, the experiments with popular power of the 1980s didn't actually extend to economic power. There have been very few attempts in South Africa by our forces, by the forces of the left, the popular forces, to create worker ownership, to create community economies. It's as if we've been so dependent on the state. We say, no, the state is going to do it. So what I want to look at is the pockets of implementation of food sovereignty, of energy communities, land occupations, production cooperatives. We have a few examples, comrades, that people in this room, but some are outside of this room, Kenani Settlement, there's a internet service provider cooperative in the former Transkei, there's the East Cape Agroecology Network. These are comrades who are on the ground, who are building these alternative structures. However, they are extremely fragmented and isolated. They have very limited impact. They need to be mainstreamed. They need to work with some of the comrades here who are in the state, who are in local government, in order to mainstream them. I really think we have been lacking in ambition and creativity in terms of this kind of strategy. And I really like the emphasis just earlier today on building a cooperative movement. Really, this can be taken to a much, much greater scale. we can draw on the experiences of the Black consciousness movement in the 1970s, which did this in the context of extreme repression, of extreme apartheid oppression, managed to build cooperatives. Some mine workers the retrenched mine workers again, attempted to build some cooperatives. So we can learn from the failures and the successes of those as well. So just to say, we have the space to do that now in a democracy. And whatever your criticisms of the democratic system that we have here, this space exists. Nobody stops us from doing this. Nobody stops us from building a cooperative. Nobody stops us from going and planting spinach on the public land. These options are available to us. The government is not going to come and shoot you for planting spinach on a piece of land. So this is about this building of what you call it, marrying theory to practice, and what I think was called the not yet by Comrade Vijay. What is the not yet that we can implement now? What are what we call prefigurative strategies for building socialism today? So the emphasis here is not on protest, and it's not on gaining state power at the center. It's rather on taking economic power from below. So if you ask me what is the theoretical foundation for this, I'll talk about Gramsci, the Italian Marxist concept of hegemony, and I'm glad that Rob referred to it, but he referred to the famous quote about the interregnum and the morbid symptoms. However, I would like to refer to a more positive understanding of the building of hegemony. And this is really important because what it is, hegemony is class power. It's class power, but it's not obtained through force, through taking over the state. What it is, it's the extension of working class influence over the agenda of the whole of society. The agenda of the working class becomes the agenda of the society as a whole. And what it means is overcoming poverty, inequality, unemployment through changing the economic system. Now, I don't mind whether you call it radical economic transformation or economic emancipation or spiritual socialism or democratic socialism or African socialism or the solidarity economy or economic justice. You don't even have to label it. I mean, I call myself an eco-socialist. Doesn't really matter. There's an assumption, however, that within the current capitalist economy, whatever its crises, however terrible it is, and how terrible the inequality it is, as we were just seeing here, that real material gains can be made. So that we can see what is possible, even in the current situation, and take inspiration from that. So how do we do this? Okay. Of course, as somebody mentioned yesterday, power is never given, it's always taken. So what it involves is building a mass movement from below. And I use a definition of a movement as sustained mobilization around a strategy to achieve an objective. So it's quite straightforward. But it must be sustained. So we're not talking about a protest. We're talking about a mobilization around a strategy to achieve an objective. And there are a couple of tools that you can use to do this. The first is the building of maximum unity around a common program or demand. Maximum unity. And there's a really good exercise to do this called Spectrum of Allies. I don't know if you've used this. But it's instead of saying, who's in, who's out, who's left, who's not left, etc. It's to say, let's identify the demand, identify the objective, and then we bring in those who are closest to us, we bring them closer. Those who are a bit further out, we make sure that they don't actually stand against us. And those who are right on the outside, we identify who is the opponent. Who is the opponent? Who is the target? And then devise the strategy around that. So the important thing here is about identifying the key issues or the key interests that we have in common and build a campaign around that. Don't waste time fighting the in-betweens, like this is who's against us, etc. Don't get caught up trying to demand agreement on everything. because I'm sure this conference is not going to have agreement on everything. Try and identify the common interest, the common demand. The second strategy, which I found very interesting, is the modes of politics at a distance from the state. Comrade Lucien from Makanda has been distributing this idea. And once you've identified the campaign, we need to look at alliances in government, i.e. through the political parties that are here, allies in government. So this can be an official in a municipal administration. And I'll give you a nice example of this. So our Saltuva Energy Cooperative in KwaZakele Township. There's a gap tap. I don't know if you comrades here have gap taps in your township where there used to be stand taps. If the townships were built in a certain era, this was in the 1950s, and they left an open space for a water tap for people to collect water. Those open spaces are public open space. They're municipal land, public land, and the people who live in that neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, can use that space themselves. They can decide how to use that space. So in this case, the Saltuba Cooperative, which is the cooperative in that immediate area, it's like 25 households, set up a PV solar array, vegetable gardens, water capture systems, a waste recycling center, and so on. But the important thing is that the objective of the PV solar array is it's linked to the municipal grid. So this is not an autonomous solution or an off-grid microgrid for a remote rural community where there's no access to the grid. This is trying to provide electricity to the municipality. So in a context where Eskom can't provide electricity or it's charging a lot, we could even undercut Eskom. Okay, so I won't go into too much detail about the strategy here, but these things are very important, that it's possible for renewable energy to be owned locally, and it's possible for it to be sold into the grid, which is state infrastructure. So this is, comrades, this is not privatization. This is social ownership. It's socialization of the means of production. And this is possible. So I'm just putting this on the table as an example. So if you're going back to this framework of working with the state, against the state, or apart from the state, if you think in our own history, obviously in the pre-94 or up until 1990, we were primarily working against the state because the state was the oppressor and there was very little room to maneuver within the state. Let me give a couple of examples here about building unity around common demands in that context. And I want to start with the labor movement because the labor movement is at the heart of the Left project. And going back to the 1970s and Rick Turner's philosophy of worker control, the eye of the needle, the original eye of the needle, if you want to read it, and the building of independent black trade unions. And this is just one example of such mobilization is the 1980 red meat boycott. What is the context? It's where the Western Province General Workers Union was unrecognized. It was a new, independent black trade union, and it wasn't recognized in terms of the government of the time or by the meat bosses, what we call the meat bosses, the owners of these big companies or the management of the companies, some of which were international companies. So what happened? The workers went on strike demanding just the simple fact of recognition. Recognition, eh? It wasn't even a wage demand. And in that context, the community came out in support of them and formed a boycott of red meat. So it's actually quite easy, comrades, to boycott red meat because you can buy other things. You can buy chicken and fish and whatever. most working class people can't afford red meat very often anyway. So what we built there was a spectrum of allies. So think about the spectrum of allies, starting with the union allies, obviously, civic organizations, Western Cape civics in the colored and African townships, student formations. So this was a building of non-racial student movement right at the point, in fact, COSAS, immensely important, immensely strong organization at that stage. And COSAS, which at the time was engaged with a massive schools boycott, was highly mobilized. Students from Azaso and USAS came together and united around this campaign as well and built non-racial student unity. But what was quite interesting was that we also formed we brought in what was called the Western Cape Traders Association. And these were all the small traders in the townships. And they became part of this campaign, part of this boycott, which was absolutely critical because that's what really built that broader unity. So it's just to say, you know, in that case, it wasn't about being purist, you know, like you have to, it's only the working class, only the black working class who can participate in this. This was to bring in allies from the black middle class, from the white students who could offer a lot of resources in terms of support at that stage. So that was interesting. I've got to say that strike was not a success, but it also linked up with international pressure and international pressure on South Africa for sanctions. And it established the legitimacy of the union, their independence, their internal democracy, and the principle of building alliances with working class leadership. So we talk about working class leadership, but you actually have to build it in practice and have a situation where the union in that case was the driving voice of this campaign and said to us as the Red Meat Boycott Committee, now is the time to stop or come and speak to the students and tell them, you know, what is going on in the strike, etc. So we had to take direction from then. And we learned sometimes some quite bitter lessons there. How am I doing for time? Am I okay? Comrades, are you all asleep now? No. Okay. Good. Okay, so there's an example of labor, community, traders, and student solidarity being built in practice. And of course, you all know the outcome of that. FASATU unions, plus the independent unions, plus the populist, so-called populist unions, were all together in COSATU by 1985. So 4 years later, we had the most powerful trade union federation the continent has ever seen. Very, very important. The second example I wanted to give was about building popular fronts in the 1980s. And, you know, I was a bit worried because I attended a Makua meeting last week, or they had a webinar on reclaiming accountability, movement power, and political economy of civil society. Okay, very interesting. And one of the participants said, what we need is a broader movement of the working class, what he called a UDF of the working class. And I thought it's quite disappointing that Makua and SAFTU and Abahlali, Basim Jondolo are not present here, because they are actually building working class power at grassroots level. And I thought we can't have like two movements which are building a UDF of the working class, you know. Okay. Wrap up in 2 minutes. Okay, so I would go into more detail about how this was done in the time of the UDF, working from very small grassroots civics in every township, building around local demands, and how the UDF built hegemony and ended up in taking control effectively over the townships. I won't go into that story now, but because it is an interesting story. So on the one hand, it's a story about extending hegemony over large populations, but it's also a lesson from that is that for all the popular power that was created, it was hardly any instances of economic power being taken. So where there were street committees that were controlling whole townships, they were not building cooperatives to feed people and to have sort of economic independence. So I won't go into that further, but I think it's an interesting story there. But just think about that. In the apartheid era, that was against the state. But in the post-1994 era, we have to combine against the state with the state, okay? Again, sometimes apart from the state. But I think about the Treatment Action Campaign, arguably the most significant movement in the post-apartheid era, bringing about a policy change which saved literally hundreds of thousands of lives, a 10-year campaign using multiple tactics, allies, etc. Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee, another example, very important. So think about the examples that we talked about earlier about Kerala and the MST. I think we should go into this in more detail in commissions, but what they did is work with the state. So you had grassroots movements, Communist Party of India, Marxist, and the MST in Brazil. In MST, taking occupation of land, building cooperatives, and then when you have a more sympathetic government like Lula's government, the PT government, they are able to reach an accommodation and expand their demands. So that's very, very important. Comrades, my last point is just about the local government elections. And I want to just put a question to this conference. The SACP is now going to put up candidates in this election. There are many other political parties here. Are the positions advanced by the SACP in line with the campaigns and the demands that are emerging from the grassroots? From the grassroots, and if you think of the grassroots voices here, is what is being put forward in the election aligned with this? If the Conference of the Left can bring about such an alignment, it would enable what I call a marriage of the strategies of grassroots power and participation in local government. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Prof. Janet Sherry. We want to acknowledge the presence of SASCO, the student movement, and also Bopau, which is a trade union from Botswana. My next speaker is going to be Tebogo Padu, who is going to speak on behalf of the steering committee. Is going to speak on acknowledgement of virus inputs and how we're going to carry that into commissions, the declaration, and the program of action. Thank you very much. Tebogo.
Don't disturb. Okay, comrades, let us first and foremost thank presentations from different political and social forces gathered at this conference. What we have witnessed yesterday and today has been that despite our diversities, despite our different programs and independent, it is possible for the left to arrive at common perspective, common analysis of the challenges facing the working class. We did that in our own way as different organizations, but we're able to identify the common enemy. We're able to identify what is possible in the current conditions. Now, let me assure you that the list of all those presentations, including the views from the international speakers as well. We have made sure that as the drafting team, as well as the steering committee, we take those statements for consolidation and for processing. And I can tell you that already we are beginning to see, indeed, an emerging consensus, emerging convergence that still has to be tested in more debates in our commissions. So from now, be assured, comrades, that we are going to process all these issues into our commissions. There are 3 commissions, and I'm going to ask Comrade Mazibuko to come and outline that. But all we want to emphasize is that the work we did even before this conference is important. I'm referring to the steering committee work. One, the work that has reached a stage where we had a framework discussion document, version 5. It's still in your package. That version 5, very, very simple speaking, provided the basis for this conference actually to converge, to convene. So we want to also say, let's utilize that as well. Because a lot of presentations there were actually reinforcing the framework we have agreed upon. That's the second thing. A lot of presentations that have been made and inputs, including concrete things, not just speeches, but concrete things about the way forward. We want to make sure that they also feed into our declaration, which will be an important outcome of this conference, as well as a common program of action. The other important area we want to say is that even though it is not in your commissions, because you may be focusing it, please don't feel shy to comment on this document that says resolution on the Council of the Left. Resolution on the Council of the Left. Because that is a practical mechanism proposed beyond this conference for purposes of political clarity, coordination of the work coming out of this conference. So without much ado, comrades, I will ask Comrade Mazibuko to outline the commissions and other things related to that. Thank you, comrades. Sure.
Amandla aphelile. So, comrades, we have this challenge that the original plan was to have almost a full day dedicated to commissions. We are now close to the end of day 2 without that benefit of close to a full day. So we have up until 8 o'clock for the commissions. As ephelile amandla enjalo, please draw on your reserves for the remaining 3 hours of 3 commissions. Commission A is on the broad political economy and global context issues. That panel led by Comrade Rob Davies. That commission will be here in the plenary hall, chaired by Comrade Geneva. Comrade Geneva is sitting right here next to Comrade Rob. Commission B, which I will chair, on the balance of forces, on the struggles and strategy, issues around campaigns and so on, will be at a room called Cape Town International. Go outside and I think turn left Commission C, Economic Transformation and the Environment, will be chaired by Comrade Dumar Krobule, wearing a blue shirt in the second row here. It will be at King Shaka. Comrade Duma, I do not know if you found where King Shaka is, but comrades will follow you. Now, comrades, as Tebucho was saying, the inputs have all been rich, and they've basically put material that the commissions will have to grapple with, whether it was concerns about patriarchy within the left, whether it was a clear statement against xenophobia, the need to mobilize against that, whether it was issues about land, whether it was issues about the prevention of illegal evictions, whether it was the COSATU campaign on the cost of living, whether it was the call from the Spartacists on a united front, whether it was issues about international solidarity, and so on. So it's a lot of issues, comrades. The commissions are being asked basically to affirm what is emerging as a framework, a foundation for greater political clarity, but also in terms of that political clarity, how does that political clarity help us to develop clear campaign priorities, to deepen working class organization, but also to deepen left unity. So, comrades, that's the challenge which is facing us in terms of commissions. Comrade Chair, those are the three commissions, those are the three venues and the facilitators up until 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to commissions, I want to acknowledge WAFTU, who is also with us. It's a World Federation of Trade Union. Just a quick announcement before we go. We're going to be having dinner at 8 o'clock, straight after commission. We don't come back here, we go to dinner, and then we sleep. But tomorrow morning, we are convening at 8:30. Can we please observe the 8:30 so that we finish in time? Thank you very much. We may go to commissions.